Okay, let's restart. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the annual conference 2022. And thank you for the patience. We've solved all the issues, so now it should all be fine. And it's so good to see you all in presence, finally. And a special shout out to all you, especially the ones who came from abroad, from all Europe. Thank you. And I assure you that these 2 days will be very inspiring and exciting. So yeah, very happy to see you. I'm Filippo Angarano, one of the project managers of the annual conference, and we intend to make this event really formative, inspiring, and enjoyable as an occasion of cultural exchange. And we gathered here today to have many activities today, but also to show that our passion is what drives us and what is uniting us to realize projects and works, also events such as this one. And now I'll leave the floor to the other two project managers. And please an applause for our two splendid ladies, Francesca and Ilaria.
Hello. Yeah, as Filippo said, I'm Ilaria. I'm one of the other project managers. I think today has a special meaning for both of our associations, Yes Europe and Polyenergy. We wanted to celebrate the return to live events, and no better date than the Earth Day. If we're here today and tomorrow, is because we believe that sustainability, environmental awareness, and energy development those are just not words, but they represent both the goal and the path that we intend to live by. We intend to make the best out of these 2 days, and with activities and encounters that we hope will encourage you to take action. And that will also give the proper recognition to those realities who have already acted alongside our ideals. So yeah, you go, Francesca.
I'm Francesca. I'm bad. I'm going to read this speech because I don't remember it. Sorry.
Fair enough.
During this month of preparation, we have experienced that how determination, patience, a lot, and commitment bring amazing results. We connected people with different mindsets. We reached both big companies and also innovative startups, and we spread the interest of our contents to many numerous realities. And this is just the beginning of what two entities can reach when efficiently cooperating for a common goal. And this event will symbolize the result of such potential and the first step to the way forward. Because only those who share the same motivation can pave the way to true innovation. And there's no better motivation than using all our energies for the topic we want to share with you in these 2 days. Now, I leave the floor to Marco and Dimitri, our president. Marco, you go first.
Proof? Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Marco Bosco, the president of Polyenergy. Welcome, everybody, to the annual conference 2022. And now a brief introduction of who we are, what we have done in these years, and so on. We are Polyenergy, a students' association born in Turin in 2018, in the rooms of Polytechnic of Turin. And as you can understand from the name, our core business and core topic is the energy. Of course, also sustainability and environment and innovation. And we deal with these topics by organizing events, hackathons, webinars, and panels, and events like this. I hope it doesn't explode. Okay. This is who we are. These are some photos from the previous events. We take part to the Italian Tech Week, and also last year we did such a great event that I will always bring in my heart, that is called Fix It. That was like kind of an annual conference, but just online due to a reason that everybody know, unfortunately. And then, I don't know if I have to go faster or slower, but anyway, you are understanding me. And this is us. Polyenergy is led by a board of directors, of which I'm the president. And here with us, I have the PM that is fled away, Francesca, that is also the vice president, and Mattia, that you have met in the entrance, that is the treasury, and all the responsible of each area, so Francesco Carrone, Daniele, Alina, that is not here, unfortunately. And then, am I missing someone? No. Andrea? Yes, okay. What is Polyenergy? Polyenergy is a students' association that is trying to develop a bridge between the university world and the job world, because we know that university is not always able to let us introduce in the correct way in the job, in the work experience, in the work world. So this is us. We are helping students to gain experience in contacting companies, organizing events, projects, everything related and correlated to energy and sustainability, like these events. But we are always trying to improve our soft skills that we know that are very requested from the job world. So I think also for these reasons you are here with us today. Am I going too fast, or I don't know. These are some events that we did in the past. As I was saying, we were born in 2018, but we have had an extremely exponential growth. And for these reasons, we did such a different numbers of events, many of them international, many of them national. We have collaborated with Stellantis and all other companies that everybody knows. And these are some of our previous collaborations. So you can see some international institutions, international companies, and so on. And so, yes, we are always eager to help students in these kind of activities. So I don't want to do recruitment in this moment, but we open the recruitments in October. So we are everybody happy if you will send us an email and get to know better. I leave the floor now to Dimitri, the president of Yes Europe, and enjoy the events. Thanks.
Thank you. Does it work? Yeah. Great. So, Yes Europe. On this one? On the stage. Okay, sorry. Like this? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Sorry. So, Yes Europe, young leaders in energy and sustainability. As the name says, we are a European community of young people passionate about energy and sustainability. And our vision is to empower youth to accelerate the energy transition. So who are we? So our community is constituted of students and young professionals. We have people studying bachelor, masters, PhDs, and people with a bit more experience. They are brought together into one single community. We believe that the energy transition requires systemic change. And this means that in our community, we have people with different backgrounds. Obviously engineering, many people here probably studied engineering, but also people with experience in policy and business. And what we are doing is that we are providing tools, hard skills and soft skills, so that people can take responsibility, gain knowledge, and find solutions for the energy, sustainability, and climate change crisis. Our community. As you can see here, we are present in more than 20 countries across Europe. And we work the following ways. We have a local community where the people work relatively independently, and they take into account the local constraints. And on top of that, we have an international community that is bridging all the communities together and that are acting on other topics. And this makes that we have this local perspective and the international perspective. We have more than 140 members officially registered and actively participating, 50% women, a third student, the rest with PhDs, all working already. And we have more than 2,000 followers on LinkedIn. Now this is just a small patchwork of the activities that we are doing. You can see on the left one activity that we've done. Last autumn, for example, a meeting in Switzerland, doing a visit of dams, brainstorming, intense brainstorming. We've done the annual conferences, I will talk about it just after. Future of Energy report to give a voice to youth. We are doing that every year. Numerous workshops and webinars, online and offline. Also videos on YouTube on policy topics to demystify complex policy topics. And talking about policy, we've also done some summer camps on Green Deal and carbon pricing, Climaton to find solutions in 48 hours to problems related to COVID, and the energy transition podcast, mostly focused on startups to give also a different perspective. We give a pen to people as well by allowing young people and members to write blog posts. And finally, numerous partnerships, either to gain knowledge, also to teach our members' specific skills, for example, climate risk. And finally, like the annual conferences, and it loops back a little bit to the history of Yes Europe. It started in 2016 at EPFL in Switzerland, Lausanne, where essentially the idea was to bring people, students from different countries together. And then it went on. Like the first one was with 50 people. And then it went on in Berlin in 2017 with more people, 2018 in Madrid, 2019 in Delft. That was the last one before COVID. And then there was supposed to be the one in 2020 in Torino. It has been unfortunately postponed due to COVID. So we decided to do the one in 2021 online. And now we are finally here together, thanks to Polyenergy and the team of Yes Europe who organized that. And we are all very grateful and very happy to be all here together finally. After 2 years working online, we are finally together and we can finally see the faces of other people other than just in front of the screen. And so this is 2022, and it opens a little bit to what is happening in the next years. 2023, next annual conferences, other projects that we've already started and we're going to go on later on. And so we are going to talk about this on Sunday. We have another side event where we'll brainstorm about the next steps. And finally, I think we can do a round of applause to all the organizers here who made that possible. Thank you.
Hello again. Before thanking our marvelous cast, a brief recap of these 2 days' activities. You most likely already know this, but just in case. All the panels, interactive conferences, and keynotes will be held in this room. In the panels, after the moderated debate of the 3 or 4 speakers, the debate will be followed by a Q&A. Where you attendees can directly ask panelists anything that you want to ask them related to both the intervention or the topic itself. The interactive conferences has, again, a moderated discussion between the speakers. But after the intervention, the conference will revolve around your direct questions to the speakers. And so this is to create a more dynamic debate. And the keynote presentation, lastly, is a moment of contact between you attendees and the companies and startups, where they will present you some of their interesting insights on their know-how and on their experience. Filippo, Francesco, sorry.
The workshop in the central corridor over there are interactive activities where you can actively operate on a specific case study or in a practical situation prepared by our partners. The stands are located on the lateral corridors. Maybe you see it. for asking more details about the partner individually during the visit. If you feel lost, don't worry, because the guys with the white t-shirt like this running around the location are our staff, so ready to help you. Don't worry to ask something.
Important thing, please follow the activities you have booked on the Google Forms that you have signed in, because this will prevent many problems like the capacitance of this room and at the workshop to ensure that all activities go smoothly. And also, I remind you that we are currently doing a challenge on the app iWorld, because iWorld is organizing, we don't have the slide, but trust me, there is. And we have on the app iWorld, we have a challenge to make the event even more sustainable by saving 30 tons of CO2. And the challenge will last until the 1st of May, so if you haven't already subscribed to the app, install the app and join our group, please do, so that we can, we can have a little competition, because not only we will make the event more sustainable, but we'll also have a prize. In fact, the 10 most performing attendees will receive, both from the event and the members of the award community, will receive 10 trees, one each, based in Guatemala and delivered from the organizers. And all right, it's time to thank all the people who worked at this project and who gave effort and time during this month. So you can also stay on the stage, but you too, okay. So just a sec. In order, we have HR, human resources, then program area, then we have logistics, communication, and external relations. So just 1 sec, I'm missing the that one? Yeah. Giovanna? Okay, Francesca, yeah, you're more reliable. So please with the HR for Alessandra and for program Eleonora.
Hello everyone. My name is Alessandra and I'm part of the Human Resources team. As HR, we have followed the work of every other areas, focusing our attention on the condition of the individual's members. We have helped the logistics area in sending out the emails, inviting you to fill in the Google Forms for the registration to the activities of these days. And we have also organized other activities, such as the tour of the Center of Curing, which will take place tomorrow afternoon. And we have contributed to the creation of the Discord server and its management. Personally, I would like to thank the HR team, but mostly Polyenergy and Yes Europe for giving us this chance. Thank you.
So hi everybody, also from the program team. I will be really short, just telling you that our idea and the main objective was gathering people from all over the world together here to talk about sustainability and to talk about renewable energy sources and green energy sources and e-mobility. We wanted to gather expertise, people that have a certain know-how, companies, partners, that can give their contribution to teach us and us what does it mean to live in a world where sustainability is still a little behind. And we wanted to contribute ourselves with our knowledge, coming from universities, with our new ideas, with our strength and energy to change companies that are now acting in the world. And in order to make the program complete and in order to involve each sphere of our lives, we tried to guide you through the Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations. So we are trying during these 2 days to show you how each of you can make an impact and everybody can just follow one goal. And if everybody followed one goal, we could really make a difference. So this was our main objective, and I hope that through your interactions and your contribution, we could make these events successful together. So I leave the floor to my other colleagues.
The logistic team, and he's Luca, he's my colleague. I want to thank everyone, every area, HR, communication program, ER, who has done hard work in this month. And it has been hard work. We had to face big challenges, starting from what you can see, like this room. Isn't that beautiful? I take it as a yes. And we also worked hard on the program to fill all the gaps, to organize speakers and workshops. And we sent you the form activities thanks to the HR and some other volunteers. I say they are volunteers, but let you understand. And there are many other things you will discover. I'm not spoiling them now. And I said it's an hard work, but we have done it with a hard motivation, because I'm in energy engineering, most of them are, and this is our passion. So it's been a hard work, but it's beautiful to see everything happening these days. So I thank you to be here and to be online and enjoy the event. Thank you. And I leave the room to communication area.
Hello everyone, thanks to attend this fantastic event. I'm Daniele, I'm a member of Polyenergy and the head of press office area. She's Michelle. You want to present you?
I'm part of Yes Europe and I was one of the co-management referent.
Yes, communication area is very big. In fact, we are a lot of references. I'm the reference of press office, and there is Claudia Ciminieri that has not been here. He arrived in this morning. There is Michelle, as we said. There is Serena, Samuele. There is Luca. We are working into the entrance of the Heritage Hub. So the communication, it is the social. So this we can find on our social. If you want to follow us on Instagram, LinkedIn, it's the final result of this communication strategy. And there are lots of steps of our communication. Let's begin to press office. We are the area which task is to write copy, write the post. And I want to thank the external area here. We are presenting you after us, and the partner which give us all their materials to product them. Or then, when the press office area built this, the writing of the post, of the copies, there is the graphic area which are delegated to product the reels, post, carousel, images, so lots of things, and then they are ready to be published. So this is you can find on the social the final result, but behind there is a lot of important work. There is a passion of a lot of people who work. Some of you are inside. I want to thank all of you for your time to spend with for this event. So I thanks to all of you to stay here, because after this work, after the strategy, the communication strategy, I think it is good, because if there are lots of people already, all things are good. So I want to spend more time, and I left the scene of external area. And thank you for this event, for attending this event, and good activities.
We will sit because we are old. So hello everybody, I'm Francesco. I'm the head of external relations in Polyenergy, and I am one of the partnership lead with Daniela, if you want to introduce yourself too.
Hi everybody, I'm Daniela Ricci. I'm deputy head of external relations in Polyenergy.
Okay, thanks. So I'm texting some notes because I'm not good as my colleagues, and I want to remember something. So my aim here is not to bore you, of course, but for giving you some introduction about our work in external relations area, and to introduce you our principal aims. The first aim was choosing all the best expert representatives with the program lead Eleonora for giving you the best panel discussions, keynote, and some workshop, something else to enjoy your event. And the second point, the second aim, was to collecting money, so fundraising activities, in order to make this event here. I want to highlight that both Yes Europe and Polyenergy are non-profit organizations, so we had to collect money, and I think that we did a very great job. In fact, we involved 23 companies with 6 different types of partnerships, from main partner, platinum partner, gold partner, silver, bronze, but also technical partners for giving you all the services and facilities for being here in Turin, from cars to food and so on. And I hope that it could be appreciated from your side. And so how we did it? was possible only because of these people that are here written, and because of their work, daily work. And if people and if contacts were able to be here from Turin, but also from Rome and from all Europe, it's because we are very good to drive in here and to make them sure that their image and their time and their money are safe with us. So it's our work and our job. I hope that all the speakers, all the panelists and companies could be great for you, and I hope you could enjoy your event. So thank you for the attention, and enjoy the annual conference 2022.
Hi for the third time. We wanted to deeply thank our main partner, Stellantis, for allowing us to use the location for our event. Thank you very much for possibility. And we also wanted to thank deeply our platinum partners, Compile and Iran, whose great help was fundamental to the realization of these 2 days. So thank you.
Yeah, and before leaving you to the event, remember please to always wear your mask while inside the location, not only during the activities, but also around the location. Thank you for that. And if you need hand sanitizers, there are many dispensers around the locations, so you can just walk around and find one.
Okay, lastly, we remind you to fill your bottled water in the water dispenser. I think it's all. Okay, so it's finally time to start our activities. So let's go and enjoy the event.
then, scusami, tu ti siedi su qua e poi sarete in quattro sul... Ok, loro perciò li inviti tu? Ok, perfetto. Allora, parte con il numero 1 che poi lui invita Ok, sei pronto a parlare? Se serve l'avanzatore ce l'avete qua per destra.
Ok, perfetto. Hello, everybody. So we are ready to start with the panel, and as you can read, is the panel about renewable energy sources to boost sustainable development. And we are going to have 3 amazing speakers here, and I will introduce them one by one for now. And yeah, I have the names, but sorry, guys. As you might know from before, like I prefer to read so that I'm sure that I don't mistake any name. They're Italian, but the first one is actually Austrian, Stefan Schwarzinger, and I hope I say it correctly. And he, if you want, you can come on stage already. A big applause for Stefan. So Stefan has studied sociology at the University of Graz, and he has earned his PhD in social and economical sciences in 2020. So fresh graduate. Since 2016, he has been involved in international research projects on climate-relevant behavior and on the adoption of energy efficiency technologies. As a consultant, he has supported decision makers from various industries in the development and implementation of data-driven solutions, and as an occasional lecturer in higher education, he teaches empirical and statistical methods. His main profession is working as a scientist at the Institute of Climate and Energy and Society, Life of Joanneum Research in Graz, Austria. Also, he is a pilot for hobby, and he always seeks to fly the most energy efficiency aircrafts that are available, but experiences like directly how long it takes for new technologies and new solutions to be massively adopted. So thank you very much, Stefan, for being here today. And
thank you.
And so for the second speaker, we have Nicolò Stevanato. He achieved his master's degree in energy engineering at the Polytechnic of Milan, with a thesis on the implementation of open source model to optimize the sizing of a village scale multi-energy system for a rural community in the north of Chile. He is now a research fellow at UNESCO Chair in Energy and Sustainable Development at Polytechnic of Milan, and is working on emerging African innovation leaders as a joint program between Polytechnic of Milan and Polytechnic of Turin on capacity building for Africa's embracement of the next production revolution. And on a Horizon 2020 European project that I will not pre-leap re. I don't know if it has a deeper meaning, but yeah, it's a European project that is focused on renewable energies in the African continent. And meanwhile, he is also carrying on the research in the field of rural energy access. Last but not the least, we have Paolo Cherubini. He is a chemical engineer who recently earned a PhD at the University of Pisa and working on off-grid energy systems. He joins Anne Green's team as energy analyst and R&D specialist, focusing on data analysis, energy needs assessment, training, and capacity building activities. So welcome to the stage. And yeah, thank you. So in order to be a little bit on schedule as well, let's not lose more time. And then we can start then with this panel discussion. And I would like to actually start with Stefan, asking you to talk more about who are the target groups for boosting renewable energies that we are addressing.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. And this is also the main focus of many Horizon projects that we have been involved in the past. Also a bit of the ongoing Compile project, but I will now take you on a short trip into the target group questions that we focused at in earlier projects. Basic question from where it's nice to start: how does an individual behavior translate into energy demand? Relatively simply, we have user behavior, how we behave, how we use our equipment, and times system and equipment characteristics. And that translates quite directly into energy demand. Just meaning if you have the most energy efficient car that you can have and you drive in it alone, it's not an efficient usage form. If you have a very old and very inefficient car, but you have 8 people in it, it can be relatively energy efficient. So it's always these two components. And the starting point for boosting renewables, or for boosting renewables focused on target groups that will work, who is the average user? Who of us is average? Is there anyone here who says, yes, I'm average? I doubt most of us are not really that average. As you can see here on the silhouettes already, they are very diverse. They are all pretty much the same size, which might not be correct, but they are not average. So how average are we? We have different areas of life. We have housing, mobility, consumption, diet, other activities like hobbies, information, and we use public goods and services. And in all of these areas of life, we can use equipment, and we can use it in specific ways. That's our behavior. This is more or less what we can call performance. And that performance in energy use has an impact on how much energy we need. Here we use kilowatt hours of primary energy demand per year. And each of us, for example, person A has a relatively high impact in all areas, or person B has another profile relatively low in all that areas, or person C, quite a random walk. And all that that stands behind the profiles, the driving factors, are things like the situation we live in, how old we are, how much we earn, where we live, the mentality, which is psychological aspects, how we think, how we perceive the world, what are our values and attitudes. And it's very much also influenced by the context, by our cultural, historical, political, legal framework condition, economic frameworks, etc. So we have no chance to be average, because the background conditions for all of us are very specific. And just one thing to note, we say there's no individual choice about the consumption or the use of public goods and infrastructure. So we say, in a lifestyle perspective, this is a point where we are relatively average, because it's not your free choice when a fire starts at your home and they need to come and put it out. So that's the only aspect where we can say we are really all average. We had a look at 31 countries across Europe, and we were able to identify 6 groups with very specific behavioral and energy impact patterns, and we found out that if you look at the 100% baseline, which would be the average citizen, this does really not exist. So the average person is not a useful target group. We see they are distributed very differently across Europe. They have very, very specific profiles here. For example, this one, a relatively high impact in housing, which is very much caused by living in single-family homes, more than average. Or this here, many retired people, elderly people with a not very high energy demand in information. Or this one, relatively, people with a relatively high socioeconomic status, they tend to use newer, more efficient technologies, but they use them very extensively. So in the end, they still have a very high energy impact. Or here, a group that has a relatively low energy demand across all areas, despite having old technologies in place. They just don't use them in a very energy intensive manner. Or here, another interesting finding, the last group, very low at mobility. They virtually don't fly, they don't drive too much. Very specific profile also. And this is something that you cannot only have a look at across Europe, you can also zoom in and look at a certain country. Here, the example of Austria, where I come from, pretty much the same situation. The average citizen is no useful target group. So what are the takeaways? We have a few key variables for strategic design. We have the technical systems and the equipment that is currently in place. We have the different user groups and their behavior. They have their own socio-demographic characteristics, spatial situations, and associated needs. They might be psychologically very specific, very different. They have very specific barriers and desires. And of course, we always need to keep in mind that there are a variety of context parameters that push the whole thing in one or the other direction. Yeah, if we keep that in mind, I think we can have a very nice discussion today, and I'm now handing over to the colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for your presentation. Now we have seen a bit like the overview for the European side. So let's now move to Nicolas and try to understand also how we can plan for off-grid energy planning. And the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so I went one too much. Okay. So thank you, Stefan. I actually would like to start from the name of this panel, Renewables for Sustainable Development. And attached to Stefan's presentations, he talked about behavior and how behavior influences energy uses. But changing a bit the perspective, we today tend to confuse sustainability with one specific aspect of sustainability, that is environmental sustainability, okay? But let's remember that sustainability has 3 pillars, and the other 2 are social sustainability and economical sustainability. If we move the look from Europe to the African continent, or to the south of the world in general, if you want, well, renewable energies can be an important drivers also for the social and the economical development of communities. I reported here 2 graphs that I like to use a lot because they correlate the primary energy consumption per capita in the country and on the top left the Human Development Index of the population, and on the bottom right the GDP. Okay? And we can see how, at least in the initial stage, it means for very low consumption countries, there is a linear correlation between energy consumption and Human Development Index and gross national income. It means energy is a driver for social development, human development, and for getting out of poverty. And we will see how renewables, and off-grid renewables in particular, can be that driver. Because consider that the African country and energy planning in Africa presents very different characteristics from energy planning in Europe. Mainly because the population without access to electricity, and let's remember it's almost 1 billion people in the world that today do not have access to electricity, reside in the rural areas of developing countries. Such rural areas are characterized by very low consumption, given by extremely high levels of poverty, and they are very difficult to reach with the standard infrastructure. That's why mini-grids, off-grid energy systems that mainly rely on renewable sources, usually PV plus a battery pack and a backup diesel generator, can be a very effective system, technological system, to provide access to electricity to those communities. There is, among the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, in fact, the number 7, a goal dedicated to access to reliable and affordable energy to all by 2030. That's mainly my area of study. Now, why did I say that I will connect to Stefan's presentation? Because we as well ask ourselves, how do we properly manage these scarcely available resources, both monetary and natural, that we have to maximize the impact of our implementation of mini-grids. The main issue is that we have to properly size these mini-grids in order to guarantee development in the sense that there is enough energy to live on that, but it's not too expensive, so it's oversized, and communities are not able to pay for the electricity we provide. Starting from the idea that energy is not an end in itself, is not a human right itself. I am not happy because in the morning I have 50 kilowatt hours that I can use. Oh wow, my kilowatt hours. No, the idea is that through energy I can unlock some fundamental rights. If I keep this in mind, I can move my attention from energy itself, the energy service, to the capability that energy allows me to reach, okay? We based our idea, our approach on Amartya Sen's dissertation of development as freedom, okay? Freedom to be. So we start from the beings that communities aim at in order to be free to choose and hence be considered developed, let's say. It's quite complex reasoning, but yeah, we aim at providing liberty to choose. That's what we consider as development. Once we understand what are the services, the capabilities, the beings that we aim at providing, we make a step back, identify the doings. What should I do in order to be free in life? And understood the doings, I can then identify the energy service, and in turn, properly size my system. So this is exactly the concept I just showed you in a more graphical way. Identify the problems, the cause of my problem. Through the cause, I identify the piece of technology and the size of that piece of technology that will help me alleviate that cause, but only because through that I will reach my basic capability, my beings, okay? This is how in my research group we tend to approach the issue of sizing of grid energy systems. Through that, we enlarge the view to a global framework to guide sustainable off-grid energy system sizing that I know for sure that also Green share as an approach. So the needs and priority identification is the one I just explained you. Instead of saying we have to provide 50 kilowatt hours per day per capita, we say what are the needs of this community. That for sure will be different from needs of other communities in other parts of the continent or of the world. Once we identify that, we translate it into energy demand in the diagnosis phase. At the same time, we identify availability of natural resources, because if I say solar power is the best, I will go only for PV mini-grids. And then I realized that I had a small river next to the village. I could have implemented a much cheaper and much more reliable mini-grid with the hydropower. So also identification of sources available. Strategy identification means there is no silver bullet for access to electricity. It might be a mini-grid, but it might be extension of the national grid. It's not always the best option to go with a mini-grid. So try to not forget the entirety of the approach is key. Then we go to the traditional part, design. That's what I do mainly, mathematical optimization through linear programming of grid energy systems. But then we don't stop at the sizing of the system itself. We also take into account some complementary activities not strictly related to the energy service, but that we understood are fundamental to ensure sustainability, long-term sustainability, such as access to market, access to services. If I provide a mini-grid, but I do not provide, for example, microcredit or access to a market to sell the goods that through the energy I was able to process, then maybe the mini-grid will fail because population will not be able to make full use of the energy we provided. And then finally, we identify the potential impacts of my action and ask myself if I actually satisfied the needs that I had identified in the first place. So that's a brief overview of our approach on renewables in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niccolò, for your presentation. So we now can go forward with Paolo, and which is going to bridge the two topics a bit more and try to provide some practical example and explain us like what are the technical solutions for sustainable development.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's much easier to go into this subject after this these two previous interventions. So briefly about us, I had a short background in academia as a PhD student, but now I represent Green, which is a small startup company, and we do consulting services, and most of the team shares experience in the developing off-grid solutions for developing countries, so it's something that unites us. But we are also working in Italy nowadays with renewable energy communities, so I'll try to bridge between the two scenarios, mini-grids for rural electrification and renewable energy communities in Italy and in Europe in general. About energy access, I start from where Niccolò left us. I reported here the status of the achievement of the various targets of the SDG 7. So this is you can see up top the number of people that don't have access to electricity, which in itself, it's not something that is easy to define. The World Bank implemented this tier system, which, as you can see, can go from having very basic access to rechargeable solar lighting, so something very basic, up to the grid service as we intended, as having access to electricity. So we focus on mini-grids as they generally can allow us to reach high level of quality of service in terms of electricity provision, which is something that we consider generally as a prerequisite to enable that kind of transformative development that Niccolò mentioned, that to use energy to catalyze a transformation and development change at all levels of society in a small village that is interested by a mini-grid project. And also I wanted to have here the other objective of SDG 7, which include also the share of renewables in the final consumption and energy intensity. So it's something that in itself does not involve only developing or to be countries that need electrification, but it's something that affects us all globally as an objective to reach by 2030. As an example of our work in the subject, I reported this map here. As Niccolò mentioned, Sub-Saharan Africa is where most of the electricity access is lacking. So we worked with ABSI Foundation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo as technical experts to make the demand assessment, which is the most challenging phase of a project, because there is no track record of electricity consumption in a greenfield community that never had prior access to electricity. So you have to infer the electricity consumption by other factors. And in the end, a mini-grid was built there and integrated, again, as Niccolò already said, both the solar resource, which is abundant, and the small hydroelectric plant, because there was already a previous plant there paired with electrochemical storage. And also it's nice that the solar plant has been installed in a canopy instead of that on land, so as to save space for the community that can have market activities below instead of occupying their space. So it's something that we've been involved with also with capacity building activities, which are again something that is useful to engage and capacitate the beneficiaries of this kind of projects. So I try to outline briefly some challenges and opportunities related to mini-grid. As we said, the first one is the challenge in estimation of electricity demand, but then there is also the issue of engage and capacitate the community, because they are an integral part of the project. They should be really the protagonists in maintaining and keeping it working. We have to, again, maximize the use of endogenous resources. We have to scope for the presence of productive uses of electricity, like maize milling in the DRC example that I made, that can be powered by renewable energies and provide a source of income also for the sale of electricity. And then, again, providing electricity can boost local development to alleviate not only energy poverty as lack of access to electricity, but also poverty in general. And also there is the opportunity and challenge to how to integrate these off-grid mini-grids into the national grid, which has not universal coverage, but they can interconnect. They can interconnect with it, and the systems should be interoperable. So these are some of the challenges and opportunities, and next I try to outline the challenges and opportunities that are tied with renewable energy communities in Italy or in Europe. And for us, they are quite similar. The demand estimation it's not featured, but as Stefan said, it's not so trivial, even if there is an access to historical consumption data. Defining average users is not so straightforward or possible at all. And then there is the need that we are facing to engage local communities. Again, we have to go to small towns, small villages in rural Italy, and maybe explain what renewable energy communities are, and try to set them up. Maximize the use of endogenous resources that are available for renewable energy generation. We have to seek for productive uses of electricity, because the incentivization works on self-consumption on daily hours where there is sun availability, given that the solar is the prevalent source of energy. So we need to integrate also productive activities into renewable energy communities. And then also the European directive suggests a possible adoption of energy communities to relieve energy poverty, which is something that is very much dramatically urgent now with the ongoing energy and international crisis. So it's something also a tool to alleviate energy poverty in the European context. And we have the challenge to integrate them into the legacy infrastructure of the centralized grid that we have. So as Engreen, we promoted a very small renewable energy community in Abruzzo. We call it Balzer, which is something that is very much typical of the Abruzzi. It stands for Valle Vignali zero emission, and we intended as a laboratory also to test some remote control. It would be nice to have a vision of integrating also renewable energy communities with each other, and maybe eventually have them participate in the flexibility market. So and also here rural electrification has a new meaning, because we are not bringing electricity to a community that has no access, but we are providing the shift to a clean energy vector in communities that are served by the central grid infrastructure, and that maybe need some form of regeneration also on the social standpoint, because they are very isolated, they are being depopulated. So it's something that serves many also different purposes, and then that is why also we need the ample perspective that Nicolò used. So it is again something that is shared between the two, let's say, worlds. So our experience, I think it may be interesting in this context, because we went maybe backwards in that usually maybe the approach, or at least the mental image for scenarios of energy intervention in developing countries is that maybe international experts are exporting some kind of knowledge and technologies that maybe as it's not really ambitious or is something cheap, but instead we built our experience in Africa and are now applying it in the Italian context. So we went the other way, and there is an underlying approach that can be mutual between these two kind of realities, notwithstanding all the specifics, competencies and peculiarities of each context, like in the African side that have to be known. There is some, we would like to advocate for a common body of knowledge and sharing of experiences. And maybe also the most virtual example in Africa and in other developing countries are an example of leapfrogging towards an interconnected network of islands, and so that they already walk the walk in applying decentralized renewable energy solutions. So it's something that we can take back, perhaps. So that's about it.
Thank you a lot, Paolo, and thank you a lot for all the panelists for their intervention and for bringing us a better view of their own work in their everyday life, and also for sticking with the time, which is something that is also very valued. So also thanks to this, we have now the possibility to have some questions and answers being asked from you. So we have around 15 minutes, I think, and I think Eleonora will go around with the microphone for you to ask the questions. So I will, don't be shy. If somebody has a question, I see one there.
Hello, I am Elsa Tranquillo and I have a question for the panelists about, I am Elsa Tranquillo and I have a question for the panelists that is focused on Africa and the future of renewable energy. Rather, I'd like to ask whether, considering all the issues related to the African continent and also the impact on the continent of climate changes, whether you believe that it would be possible to reach energy independence for the continent and rely mainly or hopefully only on renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's
can be changed so that we can convert to that 100% renewable energy. Like, it is one of the biggest challenge right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's also a complex question, of course. I mean, my personal impression is that we have actually 4 questions that we have to answer on the way towards decarbonizing and making the energy system sustainable. It's the question who consumes how much, of what, and why. And I mean, how much is something that we can measure technically. Who is something that we can get out of surveys. Yeah, I mean, actually the why question is the key. And for me, it's always a bit tricky to define a clear line. For example, as you mentioned earlier, the 50 kilowatt hours per day. Is that a line that can be clearly defined? So how much is enough? Where can we draw a line? For which group can we draw a line? At which level? So yeah, actually it's really a bunch of questions that we have in a row towards sustainability. And besides decarbonizing, it's definitely reducing the demand. So, but it doesn't always go hand in hand, because we have that huge problems with the rebound effect that each efficiency chain is consumed by a plus in consumption. You have a car that consumes less and you drive more because you can for the same amount of money. So there's many systematic and also psychological and economic issues on the way. Sorry for not providing a perfect answer.
Yeah, sorry, just go for it, and then we have already 2 other questions. So I will say we close with the other 2 questions after your question. So you can go ask again, ask something else.
Okay, my next question is about the social sustainability aspect in Africa. In a continent that has a lot of conflicts going on, how do you see energy communities grow and be dependent on renewable energies for their economic growth?
Okay. There is no answer to that. I mean, we have seen how energy can be a source of conflict, especially in Ethiopia with Egypt, for example. How to solve the conflicts through energy, I don't know. Maybe Stefan is more suitable than me to answer this question, but I believe conflict is inside human nature. I don't know. I have no answer to that. I'm sorry.
I can add something. The case study that I showed you, the Ijwi in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is in the Lake Kivu, so it's very near to the South Kivu region, which is one maybe of the most problematic areas in the world. And I think that having local support in that case was provided by ATSI Foundation and the local province to scope apart. This was an island in the Lake Kivu, which was peaceful and out of the conflict. So hopefully it can be also like a seed aggregator, no, for showing or maybe initializing a more peaceful developmental trajectory. But it's definitely possible, because there are many niches and nuances and communities. It's very diverse, so maybe even if it's a generalized feeling of conflicts, there are places that maybe are well fit also and happy to receive this kind of projects.
Thank you. Yeah, we move on here in front. They raised their hand at the same time, so yeah, sorry. Yeah.
My name is Bora, and I will also ask about Africa, about the off-grid systems. What do you think about the energy storage systems, about off-grid systems? I mean, what is the best solution except batteries?
Well, except batteries, what I can think of it's having hydraulic storage of paired with water pumping, have some sort of water pumping as a dump load, and then use the water in conjunction. That is, design a mini grid that whose sole purpose is not to only to deliver energy, but to deliver energy and water. And maybe you can use that as a much simpler technology. For the rest, each storage solution has its merits and its many flaws and complications, as Nicola suggested before. So there is no, again, silver bullet. Lead is cheaper, but it's polluting. It has many other issues. So, yeah, some dump load may be the easiest thing that comes to mind.
There was another question here.
Okay, my name is Gregorio, and I'm a political scientist. So my question will focus more on policies more than on energy. So I really like this idea of communities, but is there a state in Africa which is actually investing and relying on this green transition? And is there like an African Green Deal or something? And since you mentioned Ethiopia, I'm not sure how much I would consider that like a case of green transition. So if you can think about anything else. Thank you.
This is a conjoint answer with me and Nicola, because we look at each other when we said Rwanda, because it's I think pretty exemplary state in its policies. It's very advanced also in all of grid regulations, and they are serious about mini grids, about having universal access. So they are very much committed. And but as there are also a lot of other states, they are more hit and miss maybe on some aspects, but Rwanda is scoring very well on all the indicators maybe of what an ideal conduct should be, perhaps.
Perfect. Then I think we have the last question, and then we are done with the time, unfortunately.
Thank you very much for your presentations. My name is Diana Shandrikova from Politecnico di Milano. I have two brief questions. One to Stefan. I was wondering what kind of methodology you used in order to study different countries. And the other one to Paolo, because I think that you have I'm sure you have a very interesting experience in managing these, creating these communities both in Africa and in Europe. And one thing that kind of astonished me, that you said that there are similar challenges in Italy and in Africa. I think it's a kind of disruptive statement, since we in Europe think that we are somehow in front of all the innovation, and our awareness should be higher. And I was wondering what kind of challenges you faced in Italy, which you did not expect to face when starting to work there. So these are thank you very much.
Yes, I will try to keep it very short. It was the quantitative part was based on a huge standardized survey that we rolled out in 31 countries. We had 18,000 respondents, and we asked them quite detailed questions about their behavior, their daily behavior, and the use of their technical equipment. And we translated their answers into estimations for their primary energy demand in the areas of life that I showed by using life cycle assessment methodology. And beyond that, we had focus group discussions and in-depth interviews in all of the countries. Or no, not in all, in some of the countries, yeah.
Myself, our involvement with renewable energy communities is really recent, but one thing I can say is maybe regulatory uncertainty. because for African developing countries, we are very nitpicky because we have these huge reports saying, okay, this regulation is missing in these points, and we dissect everything that they should do. But in Italy, the situation is very much unclear at the present day, and all the timelines that should lead to the final implementation of the regulation for establishing renewable energy communities are very much uncertain. And they should have been ready by June, but maybe the whole process will end by the end of 2023. So that may be something. Another thing that it's not, it's more like a shift in perspective is the ease of availability of components, because as for now we always taken for granted the availability of having cheap solar panels and cheaper batteries, and this is not really true at all right now, and this will pose an additional challenge that maybe we faced already in Africa, which is having an hard time getting by some renewable energy components that we until now took for granted. So these are the two main things that I was thinking about.
Thank you very much for answering the questions, and we are a little bit over time, so we have to close it here for the question and answers, but of course there will be time for you to network outside and talk with the speakers if you find them around. If you have other questions, feel free to approach them and try to ask your questions later on, or maybe see if there are the stands that there are on the sides of the room. And thank you very much, guys, for listening. Thank you very much to the speakers to be here. And I would like to have maybe a round of applause for both. And with this, we conclude the panel, and I will let the word to the organizers to explain a bit more about what is happening next.
All right, so the next panel is at 11:15 here. So you can go out and return here for the keynote of Iran. Thank you very much.
me. Quelli che stanno seduti male, fatemi
Prima c'è il moderatore.
Ah, io posso usare anche questo.
Tu moderi da podio o
Sì, faccio qui.
preferisci?
Sì.
Quando fate l'avanzamento di slide non è immediato, se no impazzisce. Allora, modererà da podio. Me lo dici.
Sì.
L'unica cosa che ti chiedo per moderare da podio è non stare troppo vicino
Ok.
perché è un condensatore. Stai a questa
Perfetto,
distanza.
va bene, grazie. Io resto qui, poi al massimo mi siedo qui, quindi se volete mettervi qui.
Allora, se ti siedi qua tu, allora io farei un cambio, faccio uno per chi si siede qua, due per chi si siede qua. Ok, perciò abbiamo già 1, 4 sul palco e poi
Possiamo andare?
potete
Grazie.
Cos'è il verde che manda avanti?
un attimo che ci controllo. Voi avete delle ripetizioni?
Sì.
Ok, questo è per l'avanzamento delle slide, perché io non so chi di voi avrà. Devo solo cercare questo lì. Io adesso allora farò.
Iniziamo da...
Anche l'una è acceso, no?
Che...
Tu hai già la presentazione aperta? Allora, adesso ho io l'avanzatore in mano, schiaccio verde, quindi faccio vedere. Allora, metti la presentazione. Ok, perciò con questo qua ci schiaccio una volta, proviamo se vuole.
E se uno deve andare indietro, qual è?
Con il grosso. Non bisogna schiacciare gli altri. Ok? Perciò si schiaccia, si aspetta un attimo, non è velocissimo. Ok? Va bene? Perfetto. Potete iniziare.
So, good morning everyone. Welcome to the panel, Energy Communities, the curvy path towards prosumption. So, a brief introduction about energy communities. Energy communities.
È già aperto, è già
Okay. Energy communities are identified as collective actions that could help pave the way towards the clean energy transition and also moving citizens to the fore, putting them to the center of this transition. They can both contribute to increase public acceptance and attract private investments in energy, clean energy projects, and at the same time they can provide direct benefits to the citizens and advancing energy efficiency, lowering their energy bills. So, today we will talk about energy communities and their role in the energy transition with 4 experts from the university and from companies. Therefore, let me introduce you Professor Andrea Lanzini from Politecnico di Torino, Mauro Farucci, Head of Members PR and responsible of Energy Billing Service from Energia Positiva, Maurizio Ferraris, Sales Energy Market, Smart Energy Solution from MAPS Group, and Gianluca Serale from IREN, Innovation Manager from IREN. We will now start our discussion about energy communities with Professor Lanzini, that will give us a detailed overview of the energy community concept, highlighting their benefits and obstacles for the diffusion. I leave the floor to Professor Lanzini.
Thank you. I will move a bit away from the others, but I will put the mask off. So I won't give you literally a detailed overview on renewable energy communities, but I will leave at the end some reference documents to learn more about that. But I put here some questions as an icebreaker. So first, because to some extent I believe you heard about energy communities, and again, if you want to learn more, you have to rely on some proper documents, and you cannot get everything today. But if you have heard about them, so are renewable energy communities disruptive? Because there is a lot of interest around these energy communities because of the phrasing, of the wording. Energy community sounds appealing because it involves two nice words: energy, that is an important issue, and community. So the branding is perfect, but what about the meaning and also about the disruptive of the concept? Well, in terms of technology, generally they are not disruptive. They are just about installing new renewable energy assets. And so we rely on the same assets that we know. So mostly renewable energy communities are made of PV panels in terms of capacity of generation, because the scale is such that you don't look for large-scale projects. In Italy, the single plant cannot exceed 1 megawatt. So you could think of a wind turbine, but more likely you just install solar panels, solar PV panels. Even in terms of digital technology, there is some innovation, and you will see some innovation about this, but anyway, there is also a lot of things that we adapt for the industrial sector. So for about smart metering and optimization of the energy flows. So there is some work to do, but it's not at the moment much disruptive. Also, the infrastructure is the same infrastructure that we have. So we exchange the energy flows through community members using the distribution grid. So we should not build new infrastructure, even by the regulation. So for instance, peer-to-peer energy exchange is not what happens in an energy community. Like blockchain, smart contracts, peer-to-peer trading is not what is feasible now in the current European framework. You just produce and exchange with the grid, and the other community members will exchange the energy or just withdraw energy from the grid, and then you have a sort of virtual metering of what is happening and a billing. But anyway, do they bring environmental benefits? Well, yes, because they accelerate or they contribute to the energy transition towards a more decarbonized world. Are they good for the member in that they cut the energy bill? Well, the economics are not brilliant so far. So, but I will say that anyway, given what happened this year to our energy bills, I will be happy to maintain stable my energy bill, not to save on my energy bill. So for sure, having an in-house energy source could help to make your energy bill in the future more stable, less volatile. So eventually, are renewable energy communities disruptive to some extent at least, or not at all? Well, the paradigm is very new in that there is a new way in which citizens and also any other community member is engaged. So for the first time, we need the members to cooperate. So they need to agree on some sort of governance to manage the assets and to decide how to share the profits. So this is very new, and I think this is very disruptive. And you need to cooperate to get the maximum benefit also from the premium tariffs that are awarded for the energy that is hourly shared among community members. So, as I anticipated, if you want to read more, of course there are a lot of documents. The best documents are the most boring ones. So you need to read the technical guidelines from the Energy Authority, and in Italy from the entity that is managing the energy markets, GSE. So there you find the true information that is needed for a professional, for an engineer. However, if you want to have some documents to get an idea of what they are, in 2020 I collaborated to write this first position paper together with the World Energy Council Italy about collective self-consumption and energy communities. More recently, that means 2 weeks ago, we launched this other guide about energy communities with a social impact, and there is also a call in our region in Piemonte for this type of communities that is still running, and so you can get a bit more information, especially in the one on the left. You have up-to-date information on the status of energy communities, also from the regulatory framework, and there are also some templates for the contracts to establish an energy community. And that's it. So I know more or less what is coming after my presentation, so I want to give plenty of space for the next presenters. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Lanzini, for the presentation. And now Mauro Farucci will show us the functioning model of the Energia Positiva cooperative and the legal aspects characterizing energy communities. So the stage is yours.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. As I just introduced, I'm going to talk about main current regulation of energy communities and our vision as Energia Positiva for their future development. In the current situation, European countries are facing challenging targets set by European Community. These targets are related to 3 topics. The first one is increasing energy production from renewable sources. In Italy, for example, we need to raise the production from 114 terawatt-hour in 2018 to 187 terawatt-hour in 2030. The second one is energy efficiency, which means reducing consumption. And the third one is greenhouse gas reduction of emission. To reach these goals is necessary to involve citizens, and the best way to do this is for sure energy communities. In this timeline you can see how regulation evolved in Italy over the years, starting by 2018 when the European Community released the RED 2, which became law for the first time in Italy in 2020. In the same year, ARERA and Ministero dello Sviluppo Economico published a virtual model and a first regulation for a feed-in fair for concurrent consumption. Last year, in 2021, we finally had an overall implementation of the first release, which set 3 limits. The first one was a territorial limit of, at the primary substation. The second one was a power limit for 1 megawatt per power plant. And the third one was a usage limit of the 30% of the existing plant capacity. Here we come with Energia Positiva. It was founded in 2015 in Turin, here in Turin. We can split its journey in 3 steps. Its first approach was to provide the people with the opportunity to become a co-owner of shared of renewable energy power plant in order to reduce their energy cost. In 2021, so last year, we started to sell energy to our members so that they can become prosumers. Just a few months ago, in 2022, we take the third step, and we provided our members with energy rate, a fixed energy rate at 7 euro cents per kilowatt hour, related on our industrial cost and completely independent from the energy price market, which at the moment is 4 times higher. Today, Energia Positiva counts more than 700 members and collected 8.8 million euros to acquire 29 power plants, which produce annually an average of 7.5 gigawatt hour. In this past 7 years, since our cooperative was founded, we learned that to make it happen, energy users need to have a primary role in energy transition. In fact, they are willing to invest, to develop and to acquire new power plants. They are able to consume the energy their own power plants produce, and they are interested in knowing and better understanding how energy market works. Last but not least, they can be a real amplifier of the initiative. This is why we think all of these reasons are energy communities means a totally involved citizen. Energia Positiva has a clear vision of the features an energy community needs. We see the cooperative form as the best way to aggregate energy community with the same rules. They might be composed by more than one power plant, especially located in industrial areas and on unused roofs. They're members of the cooperatives and the energy communities might be citizens as well as small and medium enterprises or local authorities who want to invest and develop the initiative. And in the end, we think they are able to provide a cleaner and cheaper energy to their members. Today, Energia Positiva is now waiting to a final regulation for the energy communities and ready to start working on energy communities by 2023. Thanks.
So, thank you for the speech. Now, it's turn. Sure. Okay, I have it too. So, I'll stop you if needed. Now, Maurizio Ferraris from MAPS Group will illustrate us the potentialities of the ROSE platform that they developed at MAPS for the development of energy communities and how their model could be virtually extended to any situation. So the stage is yours. Okay.
Okay, just let me introduce MAPS. We are a small mid-cap company based in Italy, and we are a software company, so we are working around digitalization of energy community. As Professor said before, it's not a matter of big innovation, disruption in terms of technology, but what is relevant is to manage different scenarios that are included in this new energy model. So, first of all, I'm proud to say that we are working around energy community pilot site with the Polytechnic of Torino, specifically with the Energy Center of Polytechnic of Torino. Around in the project of Magliano Alpi is a small town in Piedmont, here in near to Cuneo. That has become one of the most relevant pilot sites in not only in Italy but also in Europe, because implemented the first compliant RED II rule compliant energy community in a small town. And as you probably know, a small town is one of the main targets of the next generation Europe, what we call in Italy PNRR. Investment in terms of energy transition program, because we have more than 2 billion euro dedicated to energy community development in the small cities in Italy. So we manage this project that, as you can see, is not so big in terms of power of plant or number of users, but this is one of the main features of the energy community scenario are not big plant and big community, but are a lot of small plant, a small community that has to be created, and that will have to interoperate in the near future in terms of aggregation to accumulate their capability in terms of production and sharing of the energy. Okay, so where is the problem? The problem is not in so big disruptive innovation, but this is in the mix. To manage community means from the digitalization point of view, is a matter of mixing all these topics. That it means related to data management. For sure is a big data environment, because each device in this small smart plant require specific IoT data that has to be collected and managed. So it's a matter of cloud technology, it's a matter of IoT and smart metering, because we need to monitoring all the resources. It's a matter of analytics, advanced analytics. It's a matter of optimization, because we have to apply artificial intelligence algorithm in order to plan and to optimize the usage of the resources. We have, for example, to optimize the usage of storage in the context where the photovoltaic is working, when not all the time when the energy is needed by the user. Is also important a matter of engagement of the people. So it's not just an IoT device hardware contest, but energy community. Community, it means to put together people and to work also on the behavior of the people. They have to change, understand what's happening to bring their contribution. So to apply also some activity in terms of digital engagement of the person around this new model. So to summarize, to put in place all these things in just one point of contact, one application, one something in terms of technologies, you have to work on this magic mix, and you have to guarantee the scalability, an agile configuration, because we are speaking about small plants, and has to be set up in few hours, not in a few months. Is a matter of security, because for sure are private data of each user, and interoperability, because it's a very big environment in terms of devices. So we are looking anyway, in terms of future, to some relevant innovation. 4 minutes left, okay, it's a lot of time. In terms of future, we have to face some new topics that are related to the forecasting of price of the energy. As we are seeing, there could be big changes in the prices, and accordingly to the change of the price, we have to change the way we optimize things in this distributed resources ecosystem. So we have to add more intelligence also in considering real-time flow and changes in the price of the energy. We have to optimize the use of the storage. At this point in time, storage is not one of the main resources due to their costs in the existing energy community, but in terms of perspective will be one of the main resources we have to plan, to optimize. And so also the algorithm related to this kind of technology will be relevant. Local token market, so in the community we have a good opportunity to add more services, more sharing services, more also exchange of value based on local economy and circularity into this community. So this is another model that we have to develop in the future. We have all the opportunity related to ancillary service provisioning to the network, to the grid, in terms of energy, and we have the topic related to electric mobility and B2G in terms of usage of storage capability of the cars. Automation and domotics that we can plan and optimize with the algorithm of this energy community. Also new biogas, hydrogen, and so on, district heating. So all the new opportunities that will add value to this model. Last but not least, relevant to put attention in the customer experience. So we have to bring people on board of this change. And so we have to teach and to incentivize the capability of the people to bring directly their contribution. So we are using data. You see the curve of the production that is made available to each member of the community, and we created the gamification around the objective, the goal to be into the curve and to achieve the best fit with the curve in order to have more incentive in the redistribution of the benefit of the energy community. Just to give you some number, you see that now in Italy we have quite 30 project pilot site, but we expect to have in the next 2 or 3 years some thousand of new community that we'll have to develop, but the scenario that the energy and strategy of Politecnico of Milano is provided to the market is to have more than 40,000 community before 2030. So what does it mean? That we have to think to have the capability to activate 20 new community each day. No? What does it mean? That we have to scale up significantly, and the role that we are trying to, the value we would like to bring to the market is to provide this capability, the scale up capability. So, just to close, to go back is this, okay. Some key drivers for you is become predictive. Now all the energy system I've seen mainly are focused on monitoring, okay? So to take data, collect data, to monitor and to represent the data of what is happening. But the capability we need is to predict what could happen accordingly to the change of the environment, okay? The energy environment, the market environment, and the user behavior results of their consumption. So we need to bring more capability in terms of predictive and data science in this energy world. Second is we have to simplify the energy data complexity. So I'm not an electrical engineer, but I've seen, thank you very much. Okay. I've seen that it's extremely difficult to bring to the people the complexity of the energy in order to engage and bring them to help them to bring their contribution to the energy transition. So we have to simplify. Third one is scaling up. So we need to being more simple to help the world in adopting this new model. But adopting this new model means to do some thousand or 10 of thousands of energy community just in Italy, maybe more and more in Europe. Thank you very much. You will be the protagonist of this of these changes. Thank you.
So, thanks to Maurizio Ferraris from MAPS. And now, last but not least, we have Gianluca Serale from Iren, Innovation Manager from Iren, that will show us the role of a larger scale utility company like Iren in the diffusion of energy communities.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. Okay, just very brief figure about who do we are. We are one of the largest multi-utility in Italy. As all the multi-utility, we are active in several sectors, from environment, waste management, water treatment, and energy in the entire value chain. Means from production to distribution and consumption. When Daniele invited me, he asked me why utilities are also involved in energy communities. I reported here some figures about who do we are. We are the biggest player in this panel. And generally being the biggest player when there is a sudden change in a market regulation, it's something that may worry you, no? Because you have an established market that is like 5 billion revenue, so it's quite a big market, working in the energy field, and energy communities represent an opportunity for new player getting into the market, no? So also large corporate needs to innovate themselves and trying to find their role in a changing market. That's why also they invited person from innovation department. I mean, we established the innovation department to try to innovate constantly. How many of you studied engineering or energy related matter? Please raise up your hand. Okay, almost the entire panel. So I make a long story short, but there is this energy transition. We pass from a centralized model where there is a clear distinction among producer and consumer. And in this model, utility has a clear role, no? I mean, they can work on the production. We have a company that's named Iren Energia that is in charge of production. Of course, you do not just use only thermoelectrical plants, but you also use renewables. You have plenty of hydropower plant. We have the largest solar power plant in Italy, in Puglia. But anyway, you are a producer and it's something somewhere. And then you have the consumer. And generally, if you are in utility, you have another company that's the one who do merchant job, sell energy to the consumer. We have a company named Iren Mercato that is in charge of this kind of stuff. Then everything changed in the last decades. I mean, with the advent of renewable, small-scale renewables, people start installing panel on their own buildings, no? And so we introduced this concept of prosumer. No, I think many of you already know it. And so you are at the same time a producer and a consumer. What's the problem here? That we need more and more renewables. Okay, needing more and more renewables means that you have to find a way to push people to install renewables on their buildings. It's quite clear now why we need more and more renewables for energy transition, also for geopolitical reasons right now. No? We need to produce energy on our ground. So it's clear that there are two main goals, and that's why arise energy communities. More renewables are needed, but renewables introduce a problem that they are not constant, and so they can unbalance the grid. So we need to install more renewables, but in a way that they do not affect the grid balancing. I mean, it's a great thing if you install a renewable and you consume energy right where you have installed the renewable, okay? So that's why there are two key pillars. renewable consumption, renewable installation, incentivizing it, but in a way that maximizes the self-consumption. Up yesterday, the incentive scheme, at least in Italy, but in most of the country, is that is incentivize only the self-consumption of people. So if you have a small house, you put a renewable on it, and you get incentives to pay back your renewables only for the energy you self-consume in your home. Why this is a problem? Because maybe you produce more energy that can be consumed also for the people around you. I generally use this quite simple example. When you have a building with several dwellings inside, and you install renewable on the rooftop, you can self-consume the energy only for common loads. Common loads in a building are, I don't know, stair of the lights, okay, lights of the stairs, elevator, lifts. There are just a small percentage. That's why many of the existing buildings does not have renewables on their rooftop. No, because people can't use this renewable, or at least can't receive incentives for using the renewables, using their washing machine, using their home appliances. Community energy, I totally agree with Andrea that just say, did not introduce nothing, no new technology, nothing. Just a new scheme of incentivization that allows to share the energy, or at least to share the incentive of the energy among different people in a closed environment. Closed environment might be the building, the neighborhood, the village, okay? It can be a different kind of closed environment. Where is the utility space here? I try to summarize 4 primary points. I start from the bottom, sorry, but 4 primary points. First of all, most of the people, most of the citizens out there are not technicians and are lazy. So it's quite difficult to understand the entire scheme of from the installation, so the technical part. So how big do you have to set up the energy community? How big do you have to set up the renewable energy plants? So you can support people and citizens in the setup and design. Then it's quite tricky also the financial part and the budgeting. Renewable is not a clear return of investment, or at least they have it, but common people maybe have some doubts about it. No? So you have to do calculation in order to understand which is the best solution to maximize the return of investment, and also supporting them in getting loans and form of receiving credits and incentives. Then, of course, there is the administrative and technical setup. Of course, in Italy, paperwork are always crazy. I see an international public here, but also supporting getting the paperwork for obtaining incentives, and moreover, all the technical setup. You have you design more or less, which is the configuration of the energy community. Then you have to install it, to find installer, and so on. And finally, the technical part, the operation part. Operation part is operation maintenance, but also the middle layer platform that we saw briefly before with the ROSE platform, for example. There are 2 main approaches then investing in energy communities: the bottom-up approach, like cooperatives that we just saw before, but also citizen, no? That they put together buildings. You can start together with your neighborhood, and this is a bottom-up approach. You make the investment and you own the plant as a community itself. There is also another one that's a top-down approach. I mean, someone else made the investment for you. This someone else can be a public body, a utility. It may happen in some cases when maybe you don't have the money for doing this investment, or maybe you don't want to spend money for investing in energy because you make other business. So there are two possible approaches. I want to conclude with some key figures of which are the next steps. All the people here say a thing that I totally agree on. There's nothing very, very new. There's no disruptive technology coming, but there are old problems that can be applied to a new market and a new industry. Here I gave two examples. Part of it, the former panelists already discussed about. That's the how to exploit the flexibility that you have on site to maximize the opportunity offered by energy communities. As I told you, energy communities gives you incentives when you self-consume the energy, and self-consuming the energy maybe means changing, shifting, which is your current habits, changing your loads. Maybe you can anticipate some loads, I don't know, a dishwasher, in the moment in which there is the production. Because you have to close the mismatch that you have now in production and consumption. And this is a tricky game, because you have to find all the flexibility sources that you have inside. The most simple to control and use are batteries or storages, but they are quite expensive. So it may become not convenient to install additional storage, additional batteries, just to enhance the self-consumption. And so you have to find other resources, such as dishwashing machines or electric cars. They discuss about vehicle to grid or this kind of things. This was an experiment we did in Parma, like applying or not applying an algorithm that find these kind of resources into a residential building. And you can increase, this is I think daily, no, it's weekly. You can increase, for example, 5% the self-consumption. This is a mean on several weeks, okay? Maybe it seems not a lot, but it is, because in terms of incentives, it's increased a lot without investing any new capital. And then on the right part, another tricky part of energy communities, it's, there is a huge game theory there. Because energy communities are competing and collaborating game at the same time. I mean, all together you collaborate to increase the incentives for the community overall, but at the same time, then you have to split this incentive among the different players that maybe have different interests. And maybe someone have invested more money than another one. Maybe someone can bring a bigger power plant within the community. And so you have a classical game theory problem that needs a lot of thinking for being solved. These are just two figures, but many others may derive. And it's something that since most of you are young and students, I tried to give you as a future next step. Thank you.
So thanks to Gianluca and to all our speakers. Now it's time for questions from the public, if you have some. I hope yes, because we discussed a lot of interesting things. Oh, okay, there's a question there.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Sarah, and I'm wondering, because some people don't want to spend too much time on the energy, because this obviously needs more engagement from the people. But some people, they have a busy life and a lot of things to do, so they maybe like the idea or want to support it in some way, but don't want to spend too much of their own time. Do you see this as an issue, or do you see that there are enough people who want to spend time and engage in this, or how can we encourage more people to spend more time on it?
You decide who wants to answer.
I start, then other can complete my. I agree with you. As I told you before, most of the people is lazy and see energy as a commodity. That they want to spend a bill at the end of the month. So it might be a small issue if you want to increase the engagement of people in changing their habits. Okay, but if and only if what you are doing have an impact on their habit. I mean, if they perceive what you are asking them as an additional constraint, as an additional problem that they have to solve, then it becomes an issue after a few weeks. I give you an example. We were testing several solutions for settlement of energy community, and all the providers of those solutions make a great effort in explaining us why customer engagement is important, why with their app customer engagement might be bigger. And what I did is testing most of this kind of system, and to 10 users, I mean a building and all the tenants of the building. For the very first week, people used the application saying, change, I don't know, your way you dishwasher or do something. Then I do a very simple test. I didn't pay the bill for the telephone connection of the application. I mean, it needs a SIM card, and no one complains. I mean, no one was accessing to the application after 1 month, because I didn't receive any complaint. Then I call all the tenants saying, did you see any difference in the last month? No, everything is working fine, I continuously use it, and so on. So I mean, trying to engage too much the people, it's tricky, because most of the people is lazy. But you have to find solution that impact on people everyday life without impacting so much, without adding additional constraint and problem. So that's the idea.
I have also another answer. So we think that we have to face the same problem that, for example, also insurance industry has, because you buy your insurance one time per year and you don't come back to the insurance every day. No? The bank industry is the same. So what we do, we try to take inspiration to solve this problem from other industry, from business to consumer industry, inspiring our approach on promotion, loyalty, and gamification mechanism. So we are thinking not in terms of energy, but in terms of retail, trying to engage the people with the same rules that are working in other industries. That's the key for us. So that's the reason, because we created a customer experience inspired to retail model and around the energy world. Okay.
Are there other answers if you want?
Check.
I think it's working.
I have another answer. We, as Energia Positiva, in some way already tried these issues. I mean, the cooperative take care of utility bills for our members from the start to the end. It means we take care of everything. We pay the bills for them during the year, and then at the end we make the count. It means they don't have to worry about their energy bills or their utilities. I think we need to start spreading the voice of energy communities, and then it not will be an issue anymore. I mean, might be probably to start during the way they can go out and go away. Okay.
Okay. I don't know if Professor Lanzini wants to add something. Okay. So do we have other questions or another question? Okay, there's a girl and the guy here, so you can.
Good morning, and thank you all for your all presentations. I have a question which is mostly related to technology. So generally speaking, I perceive that energy communities are related to PV technologies. How do you see like a wider portfolio though related to renewable energies? Like how do you see the diffusion of other technologies into energy communities? If you have examples of the state of the art, and how do you think it is going to be?
I'll try to answer as a follow-up of what I said before to enlarge a bit the comment. So I think that PV panels are just simple to be installed compared to other technologies. So if you have a rooftop, you can use it. If you have some ground, well, you have to see if it can be used. Of course, even there are now small-scale wind turbines. In Torino, so there's this company called Enersere. They installed the wind turbine in Torino, in Italy, the shopping mall. Another one in Val d'Aosta, so it's a 4 kilowatt vertical axis wind turbine. But you have to look at the levelized cost of electricity of that technology. So when you go small scale, PV started small scale, so it's a good levelized cost of electricity. If you look for other renewable electricity at small scale, it's hard to find cheap technology. One interesting point might be on the thermal side. So I'm looking at Gianluca because Iren is the largest district heating provider in Italy. So it could be interesting to. So I'm interested in looking at what happens on the thermal side. So we will have heat pumps feeding heat back to the district heating. So that might be an interesting thing. Also because most of our energy bill, or a significant share of our energy bill, domestic energy bill, is for heating. And so we can electrify heat, but we can also use district heating. Also, district heating should become more renewable. So this might be an interesting area.
We opened yesterday a table with Politecnico di Torino about investigating those technologies. So, and I agree with him. Maybe some hydro plants in villages on the mountain especially, but it's a kind of a niche market. I mean, most of the plants will be solar panel, I think.
Okay, I don't think we have time for other questions, so sorry if you have some. But now...
You say that there are 5 minutes more.
Yeah, okay, but it's 5 minutes, complete 5 minutes. Okay, if you are sure. Okay, so there was another question here, if you still want to ask that.
Okay, all these energy communities will result in the price reduction. So people may tend to use more energy, consume more. Okay, what if it exceeds? Are there any limitations on the consumption side or not? Maybe from Iran or not?
No, there is not direct connection between consumption. You do not need to consume more. You need to consume better. I mean, you need to consume when the production is going, okay? So doesn't matter the amount of energy you consume, but it matters that you have to shift this consumption in certain periods. We said most of the production is solar. Solar is just like 10 hours a day, depending on the season. And you have to try to shift your consumption over there, okay? Then, of course, there are several other opportunities in terms of incentives for energy efficiency. We are also an energy efficiency company, so we are also investing in retrofitting buildings and so on. But that's a completely another story. I mean, it's not a part of the energy community scheme.
Well, okay. So now I think that the 5 minutes are not yet in place still. So I want to thank you for attending this panel. I want to thank our speaker. And I also have to communicate that some of our companies that we have here, like MAPS and Iren, have stands in the stand visit section. So when you're when you're assumed to be there, please go there and visit the stands. And now we have lunch for participants that booked full day ticket, and for companies and speakers, of course. And so yeah, the participants with the red bracelet, they're telling me, so the others are invited to leave the building. Unfortunately, they won't be with us for this afternoon. So have a nice day, and thank you again for attending this panel.
Energy transition will start here now. I don't see the speaker. Ok, thank you.
Ok, allora adesso facciamo i 5 microfoni su.
Sì, ci penso io, Franco.
Metti pure già il PowerPoint del primo relatore. Mi puoi dire il nome che ti risulta? Ansioso? Perché? Ok, lui vai già in onda.
In the end, like they speak, each person is going to speak, and then in the end, we are going to leave the floor for the questions. And I will go around with my microphone in order to allow all the questions.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Perfect.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, welcome to today's panel on energy storage. I'm very happy to be presenting this panel today. My name is Victor Yip, and I'll be moderating today's discussion on energy storage, its role in the energy transition. We'll be looking at from hopefully a number of angles: regulatory, economic, technical. Okay, so I'd like to start by introducing our panelists for today. First, we have Giulio Buffo. He holds a PhD in carbon capture and reutilization. And today he'll be giving a kind of industrial angle from his experience as an innovation engineer at the IREN group. Second, we have Lorenzo Moraldi. And similarly, he'll be talking about energy storage from a kind of research and development point of view as the Deputy Chief Technology Officer of NOAA. Thirdly, we have Tommy Medved. He is the head of the Laboratory of Energy Policy at the University of Ljubljana, and he will be sharing his story as a coordinator for the Compile project. And lastly, we have Franco Anserzio. He has a lot of experience, over 10 years, in the electric mobility sector, and more time in the electricity sector. So he'll be sharing his experience specifically of a vehicle-to-grid project that he is working on. Brilliant. Okay, so I thought before we get started, we could do a little activity just to read the room. So if you could put your hands up if in the last year any of you have ridden in an electric vehicle. Okay, a couple of you.
So few.
I thought there'd be more, but that's okay. We can go on. My second question is, when someone says energy storage, put your hand up if the first thing you think of is batteries. Okay, a lot of you. Okay, and lastly, for those of you with a mobile phone, put your hand up if the storage isn't what it once was when it first came out of the box. Okay, perfect. All right, great. Okay, so our goal for today is really just to have a really interesting discussion about energy storage, the story of energy storage, kind of where it was a couple of years ago to the current picture today. and where we expect it to go to in the following years. And whilst we do that, we're going to try and look at it from a number of different angles and explore the kind of different dimensions of this super pivotal, super relevant part of the energy transition. Okay, perfect. And the structure of this panel is as before. We're going to have up to 10 minutes each to speak about our experience with energy storage, and then we'll open the floor to any questions for the panelists. All right, if that sounds good, we'll crack on. All right, so Franco, I understand you have a lot of experience in electric mobility. So I invite you to kind of share your story with that and how energy storage plays a part of that.
Yes. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. So unfortunately, I have a long story because I'm old. So I would prefer to have less story like them, but it's okay. Make value of what we have. Just a couple of words about me and about the company. I have 20 years of experience in the electrical sector, 10 of which on the electric mobility. I worked for 10 years at Fiat Research Center, and after that, in 2014, I started my job in Stellantis as responsible for the electrification of the vehicle of the region. So my role was a role of product planning, so it was mainly a role of representative of the customer. So I was the point of union between the engineering world and the commercial world. So I think that is a very nice point of view for an engineer, so I like it at least. How many of you are engineers here? All? Oh, nice. So I feel good now. Better. Okay. But if someone is not an engineer, I appreciate the same. So who is not an engineer? So welcome on board. So we have also Marco that is our responsible for communication. So for sure, I have to appreciate people that are not engineers. Thank you.
You liar.
Free2Move Solution is a company that was born in the last year in May, and is a very young company with very young talents, and except than me, that I'm not so young. And this is a company that is owned by two big group. One is the Stellantis group, that is one of the shareholder. The other one is the NOAA group, that is the second shareholder. Why this company and why these two shareholders? The second one maybe is less known with this name, but if I tell you that they comes from ENGIE APS, you will know that they are a big group that comes from the utility world that know very well the energy. So this company has been created to join the two worlds for creating infrastructure and services related to the smart mobility and the electric mobility. Today, I would like to present you two projects that are the holy grail for an engineer. So this is something that we are in the transition phase between the innovation and the industrialization. So today, you will see two projects that are becoming one of the few projects that, starting from innovation, becomes reality. The first one is a project related to vehicle-to-grid. A couple of words about vehicle-to-grid. Maybe everybody has already heard at least this word. Electric vehicles are like mobile battery. So for the most part of the time, they will stay parked in an area with a big battery that is not used. The idea is that you can exploit this storage potential to support the grid, because for the people that here deals with electrical grid, you should know that the electrical grid has a lot of need to be stabilized and regulated. This regulation is something that is physiological for an electrical network, but it comes, the need it is becoming more and more important because the introduction of renewables and other energy sources that are not completely predictable introduce some instability to the grid. So the battery of the vehicle could be used as a flywheel for the grid. Currently, there are other systems that stabilize the grid that are natural gas powered center that are paid by the transmission system operator in Italy to make this kind of service. This market, just to give you the flavor, is a market of 1.6 billion per year. So, and is a market that dissipates a lot of energy because we have this center should be ready and should be ready to be operated and dissipate energy even if are not used, because these services are services on call. The idea is that you have the battery that is in communication through a device, through a device that is represented here, bidirectional electronic inverter that put in communication the battery and the grid. Obviously, you have to take into account all the needs of the customer. So there is a lot of work to harmonize the need of the customer with the needs of the grid. I will not go in details today because it is a what, is something that we can talk for hours if you like, but I think that you fell asleep also because we are after the lunch. And this system could be complemented with batteries in order to increase the capability to make this kind of services even when the vehicle is not parked, and to decrease the impact of the fast charging to the grid. In particular, here we have here in Turin we have one of the biggest plants in the world. I think that is the first one in the world of this size that will be developed in two stages. Here you see in this chart the first stage that is already in place, and that from the next year this plant will start to make revenues because it is already in operation, and as they give the capability to the company to exploit the vehicles that are in the stockyard before to be commercialized. So vehicle, instead to stay just in a park and to maintain the battery charging and discharging in order to keep the battery in health, are used to make exchange with the grid, and we will be paid by Terna, that is the transmission system operator here in Italy, for this service. This is the first experiment in Italy, one of the first in Europe, and the most relevant in terms of dimension. This will be, this is the first step that it was a pilot, and I'm proud to present you this one because this is a project that was initiated by my group when I was in Stellantis, and now with the new company it's becoming a source of revenues. This project has been awarded by an innovation fund that is a European grant for this innovativity, and the scale-up of this project will started in these days, and we will go to make a plant that will involve more than 260. Too small for me. I will look at that. That more about 280 vehicles per year, and will cover the needs of the company to maintain the battery during all the time in which the vehicle will stay in the stockyard, but also making revenues. This is something that could be expanded in further stockyard, but also could be commercialized for fleet or for other place where there are a lot of vehicles parked and not used continuously. Take into account that the daily use of a vehicle in average is less than 1 hour. So for 23 hours per day, you will have a vehicle that is parked. A second project that I would like to show you that is under realization at Environment Park. Environment Park is a scientific park here in Turin. It's very nice because it is completely green and dedicated to green buildings, and so they make research on hydrogen and buildings. We have a site that has been developed in collaboration with Stellantis colleagues that are in the panel outside, and the Environment Park, and we will test here the same concept, but at building level. So we will use the cars as in the park of your garage that you will have at home to support the consumption and support and optimize from economical point of view the consumption of your building, your home. This will mean that obviously we have to deal with bidirectional exchange and also with the economic flow management, because there are renewables in that side. There is also hydrolyzer for a fuel cell, there is a photovoltaic roof, there are heat pumps, there are a lot of things that should be managed together. This is something that is under realization and will be one of the first prototype of this one, also because there are not yet cars in the market able to do this. This is something that is special. Obviously, now that is just arrived the international standard, other competitors will commercialize, but we were first. Just to complete the picture of what we can test at this, in this premise at the environment park, and if you are interested and if you don't feel that this is too sleepy, you are also invited to contact me, and maybe I will show you the site. If it's something that we will be glad to do. So for sure we can test the private point of delivery. So you will have at your home a car, and you can support your grid easily. In case this is something that was born in Japan during during a period of crisis, to support the national grid in terms of energy, not of regulation. But this is something that now is arriving. This is something, in fact, this is something that in the Japanese vehicle was already foreseen about 10 years ago, even if it is not yet commercialized in Europe. Community, so the condo is something that would be a big problem, also for authorization issues, but because you have to regulate the habits of several people together and to manage also the revenues to share, the revenue share among them. As I mentioned, the electric fleet, let's imagine, for example, the big, the car sharing. So this is an experience that you already, someone of you used the car sharing, I hope yes. Someone? Yeah. Okay, so she at least one. So thank you for listening to me. There will be workplace charging, again, all the time, at least for 8, or in some case 10, 12 hours per day, you will stay at work. So this is another opportunity. Opportunity in public parking and also in the future, in distributed parking lots. This is something that would be also interesting from engineering point of view, but because we will introduce in the load flow management at grid network the statistical and the stochastic point of view. So this is already, this is a project that is becoming reality, that this will be an offer that maybe in the second part of the next year we will have in the market. And I'm proud to present you also because it's something that you, as future technician, as future engineer, should imagine how to work, how to deal with this problem, that this problem will be the problem that you have to tackle in the next years of your professional life. So
I'm really sorry, Franco, but we're just swiftly running out of time. Oh, perfect. It worked. Great. Thank you, Franco. Cheers. Okay, great. So I think now it would be really great to have another story in a similar vein. So we're going to have Tommy speak to us again about the story of this transition from innovation to implementation with the experience of the Compile project.
Yeah, thank you for the word. And first of all, I would like to say that I'm glad and honored to be here among young people that are looking into the future, trying to solve the issues that the world is bringing us. And it's good to be on a live event after a long, long time. And we are always supportive of this kind of organizations, and I hope to see as many events in the future as possible. So, like said, I'm Tommy Merritt. I come from University of Ljubljana. I'm the head of the Laboratory of Energy Policy, where we deal on several different European projects, research projects, and one of them is Compile. And first of all, raise your hands, those who don't know where Slovenia is. Everybody knows? Okay, cool. I mean, a lot of times this happens that I'm in Italy and I'm talking to Italians and they're like, Slovenia, yeah, well, we don't actually know.
Who are you talking with?
Unfortunately, yeah, that's another story. But we leave this out. But anyway, yeah, we are close by, and I'll present, let's say, example from our neighborhood, yeah? The real-life example. So, there's an alpine village in Slovenia that basically has a problem with a weak network, and a problem of, because of the weak network, it has a problem also with the connection of renewables and multiple, dropping outages of the electricity, because as you can see there it's let's say a little bit alpine village with a lot of overhead lines and snow and winds and the trees falls on the lines. So they were looking at how can we basically help each other, and one way is like, let's set up a community, and through our project we help them to do what? So first we gather them together, and then we started with integrating the PVs, the battery storage, the EV community points, EV chargers, and with the integration of the tools that we are developing for them. But because picture says 1,000 words, I would show you so the activities, how it went on. So with the PV installations, and then you can see in the top right corner home batteries, and you can see it here also in the different buildings that where we installed it. There's a thing that we'll actually later be on discussing in our, let's say, the panel afterwards. But here are the solutions which don't look that flashy and nice as Tesla Powerwall, yeah? Because this is a research project, and you try to, look what's on the market, try to find the cheapest solution, and try to connect it. So this is how it looks afterwards, and when you install some additional controllers. And would you buy it? Most probably not. The second part is one of the first kind energy storage for communities, in Europe in general, but also, in Slovenia for sure. The second one, we also did the first one in Story project, but that was a little bit different technology and a little bit different application. But as you can see here, there's one important thing that you need to know when you start doing it. When you first imagine, we started the project, we said, oh, we're going to install the energy community. It's going to be like these big blocks, yeah. The container you can see on the crane on the truck. And first of all, to find a suitable, manufacturer, this is a process. I'm not kidding. It was really hard to find a company that would guarantee you it will work, that they will make it in a container, etc., etc. In the previous projects, a lot of our battery sites just failed because they could not get it done. They could not compile it. They didn't have it. So we took a company from Germany, yeah, because Germans are known to, they'll do it, yeah. But later on, I will discuss this in the panel. How at the end it's working out. And just to give you a quick glimpse, so you see that on the, also in the bottom left, yeah, there's a concrete, you needed to, because you think, I'll just buy a battery, I'll install the container there. No, there was a 59 steps list, 59, I'm not kidding, for installing this battery. From all the permits, from the construction side, call this guy, get this price for this, get this price for that, try to get the land permit, and then it was unfortunately or fortunately owned by the church a little bit, and then the priest was waiting for all the holidays to be over, etc. So a lot of these kind of things happened, And then because we are in Alpine Village, we said, okay, we cannot put this metal box, yeah? So we, as you can see, we put a wooden frame around it in that sense, so that it fits more into the environment. But when we were doing this, our project, we said, okay, we're just gonna install it next to the transformer station, yeah? But then what happens is that basically also the transformer station needs an upgrade. And this upgrade costs around 140,000 euros in total. So, you know, it's not just about the battery cost, it's also about the grid connection cost. But anyway, we managed, yeah? We managed, and okay, then we did also the community charger and with additional project, we funded also the home chargers at every house in the community. And we connected it all together, etc. But that's another presentation that could be done, but be sure to be on a keynote afterwards also here. And yeah, we managed, and the results are like this. So basically you can see the blue line, how we lowered the, let's say the peak flow, power flow through the transformer. That's like a good thing, yeah, for the electricity grid. And the second thing, which is the most important, I would say, is that what we wanted to show is how can we improve the PV integration and how much value can we bring with these additional storages. And as you can see, the dotted line below is the production without the project of Compile, and the graph above is the actual PV production that we are currently having. And we're still doing a little bit optimization, but slightly improving these things. So yeah, that's basically, I wanted to be short. I wanted to be interesting. I hope I have succeeded. So please follow us and check on our website. And of course, I'll be here for answering all the questions. And be sure to be here for the keynote afterwards. Cool. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Tommy. That was very, very interesting. Short and sweet, as you say. So we just heard a story about how storage can improve renewables integration from a kind of community scale. Now we're going to hear a similar story from Lorenzo about renewables integration, but this time from a more utilities point of view.
Thank you very much, Victor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lorenzo Meraldi, and let me say that I'm very excited to be here because before joining NOAA and moving to Milan, I grew up near Turin, and I actually attended Politecnico di Torino. So for me, it's important to be here with you today. Let me first of all introduce NOAA Energy. As Franco mentioned before, we are part of the same group, basically. In the group, there are three main companies. One is Free2Move Solution. Then there is my company, NOAA Energy, that is focusing on utility-scale storage provision. And the third one is Atlanti, that will allow us also to manage and operate the fast charging facility all over Southern Europe in the next years. So what is NOAA Energy doing right now? Basically, we provide turnkey solutions for battery energy storage system, integrating our own technology regarding power conversion systems, so basically inverters, and our control, that is basically a PLC network that allow us to coordinate the operation of batteries and power conversion system and medium voltage and high voltage substation. Of course, we do not produce batteries because we treat them like a commodities on the market, since let me say that most of the battery that we have on the market today are coming from China or South Korea, okay? And what we add on top is, other than the control part and the power conversion system, also the design of the enclosure that are containing the batteries. So we design them from both a thermal and a mechanical perspective. So today, I would like to bring into discussion one of the technology that I deem very important for our future, and I will talk about the PV plus storage systems. that I think will be extremely important to reach the target of decarbonization that we have, that our governments are committed with. So let's do a brief step behind and look at 2013, when the Californian independent system operator published in an analysis, in a study, the effect of the addition of PV on the net load all over the coming year up to 2020. That curve, I don't know if everybody has it in mind, but was basically explaining how during the day, nowadays, there is a dramatic decrease of the net load considering the injection of PV and renewables into the grid. So basically, the TSO is managing a peak during the morning and a peak during the night that is extremely challenging from a TSO perspective, okay? Because the capacity of the grid to absorb energy from renewable is basically already saturated. So why I would like to talk about PV plus storage? Because if we would like to increase the renewable penetration of in our grids, we necessarily need to shift energy from the daytime to the nighttime. Is that possible? Is that convenient? The answer is yes. I don't know if you are very familiar with the prices of photovoltaic panels or photovoltaic solutions, but I can assure you that today, photovoltaic is already the cheapest form of energy in the United States. The average cost per megawatt hour is $30. And last year in Middle East, which of course has a very high production per square meters of PV panel, Aqua Power signed a PPA, so a power purchase agreement for a photovoltaic field of over 600 megawatt, I think, that for a final tariff that was close to 1 cent per kilowatt hour. That means $10 per megawatt hour. That means that is by far the cheapest form of energy today. What about batteries? Actually, batteries during the last 10 years has reduced. The battery module the price has decreased of more than 90%. So in 2010, the average cost of a battery module was $1,200 per kilowatt hour. Nowadays, we are buying batteries at $140 per kilowatt hour. That is unbelievable. This is mainly due to the EV car manufacturer that are pushing down the prices, but also to the new technologies that are emerging on the market. We have seen that nowadays LFP batteries are the most convenient and safe solution into the market. And new technologies are coming, sodium-ion, solid-state batteries. So there is still a lot of improvement that we can do from that perspective. So with these costs in mind, we basically are able to produce a full dispatchable PV plus storage system using 4 to 6 hour battery system with a properly designed PV that can sell energy at $50 per megawatt hour. That basically means extremely comparable with other standard or conventional power plant like coal or gas-fired power plants, okay? And what about the market? Actually, we are seeing it coming out. In US and China, which are the most advanced markets for PV plus storage system, we have clearly seen that the interconnection queue are listing a lot of plants that will come, of PV plant that will come coupled with battery energy storage. And it is not just a matter of China and US, where the government is directly incentivized these type of projects, but also in Europe, that as of today is still, let me say, a little bit behind from a PV plus storage perspective. Indeed, as of today, we have only 14 PV plus storage systems that have been deployed in Europe. Nevertheless, if we look at the interconnection queue in UK, and UK is not really famous for being a very sunny country, right? We can see that 50% of the application that came up during last year were declaring a PV plus storage system for the PV application. Maybe they are, this data is not extremely significant because many developers are, in any case, using or applying for a battery energy storage system for their plant in order to, let me say, since they may foresee that they will use a battery in their system, even if maybe it won't be the case, but this 50% is a lot. And we expect to have this type of system deployed also in Australia as well. Australia will install 40 gigawatt of PV during the next years. So really, this is a real important thing, okay? This is real, it's already today. From a more technical perspective, I would like to mention also the DC coupling of the PV plus storage system. Indeed, if we are able to connect the battery and the PV system on the same DC bus, we are saving a lot of money from a balance of plant perspective, since we will reduce the medium voltage equipment needed to connect the PV and the battery to the grid. And moreover, we will also be able to operate the DC to AC converter with a grid-forming operating mode that will allow the system to inject fault current into the grid and operate the system with a full virtual inertia compliant system. And we know that this will be a problem very soon when we will need to shut down the conventional power plants. So to wrap up, basically the battery cost that is going down and down is enabling longer and longer duration of storage installation around all over the world. And we will need to shift energy today, tomorrow, and more and more and more. So be prepared to the advent of PV plus storage plant for the generation in the next few years. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you so much for that. That's very interesting, especially for some of us young people that are thinking about where to direct our careers. It's interesting to hear the progress that was made in the past, not only because it's interesting, but it kind of raises the question of, you know, we're not going to be the ones to reduce solar by another order of magnitude. So where is it that we should be putting our focus into to kind of further increase the rate of this energy transition? Anyway, I will now hand over to Giulio, who's going to talk to us a bit more about the kind of industrial side of energy storage and its role in our transition towards a greener energy system. Thanks.
Thank you, Victor. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So thank you also to Yes Europe and Polyenergy for hosting us in this great hub. And also thank you to the audience. Who is from Turin? Okay, so you probably have heard of us. So who is Iran? Who we are? We were invited to give you a sort of industrial standpoints for what concerns the energy storage for the integration of renewable energy in the system. So Iran, okay. So Iran Group is particularly active in the northwest part of Italy. We are a multi-utility company We are active in Piemonte, Liguria, and Emilia, and we produce energy, so electric energy and also thermal energy in our plants, and we distribute it via our networks, and in particular for what concerns the thermal energy, we operate the biggest district heating networks here in Italy, in particular the Turin one, that is the largest one. Then we have other pillars for what concerns our business. We also deal with the water services in these areas, and for what concerns the environment part, we are particularly active in the collection and management of wastes. We are present in all the Italian I would say space and in the Italian market with the services for business and also for household customers. Some figures about us. So we are the 25th company here in Italy for revenues, and as I said, we are the first company for district heating sector, and we are also the third national company for the water sector and the waste management sector. And we are a very big company. We are more or less 9,000 employees. So why are we here? So renewable energy is coming, or better, is penetrating more and more the energy systems. And as Franco asked you, many of you think of the energy storage as batteries, but probably most of you know that there is not unique solutions to the problem of the renewable energy penetration. In particular, renewable energy, as I said, is part of our industrial plan. We are going to introduce some 2 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity in the next 10 years. We are currently operating more or less 150 megawatt of renewable plant. In particular, we operate the largest PV plant in Apulia, that is in the south part of Italy. And let me say, there is a great push from the national directives and also from the recovery plan, from the Italian recovery plan, to introduce more and more renewable energy in the system. But as I said, it looks good, but not at all. So the system may be not so ready, so resilient to host all this capacity, this brand new capacity. The grid may be congested and things like that. So, as other panelists said, energy storage will play a vital role for the introduction of this brand new capacity. In this context, IREN will introduce this 2.2 gigawatt of renewable capacity, but we are also committed to improve the storage capacity that is connected, that is combined with this renewable capacity. And this opens up different routes, different ways to new services for the grid. And in particular, there is not only the possibility to store renewable energy and then sell them to the grid, but also to create new paradigms for the dispatchment of the energy. And in particular, I'm talking about of the ancillary services. So, for instance, the reserves and the demand response, etc. So they will play an important role. Let me say, as I said, this is the trend of the renewable that we are facing in the next years. As you can appreciate, there will be a steep increase in the next decades. We are going to reach the carbon neutrality in 2050, and as as you can see, 90% of the portfolio of energy production will be based on renewable energy. Anyway, there are not only batteries, there are other things, other devices and technologies that can be put in place to reach this carbon neutrality. And the problem is that there is not the unique solution, because we have different scales, time, geographical scales, and different local or global criticalities on the energy systems. We mentioned batteries, for instance. Batteries are nice solutions for not so long-term or long-scale time shifting, for instance. They are very good for daily or multi-daily time shift of energy. For instance, when there is an overproduction of PV plants during the sunlight hours, then we can shift this energy to the night time. But what about, for instance, the seasonal variation, the seasonal variations of energy production? One solution can be given by, for instance, the power-to-X systems. So who knows what are power-to-X systems? Okay, great. So this is a sort of techniques, or better, a families of energy and conversion systems that converts energy, electric energy, so power, to another vector that can be, for instance, the chemical potential of a chemical species, or can be heat, for instance. I would say that an important role would be played by the chemical species, because they are useful for the long-term storage. And I'm talking about hydrogen in particular, that can be used either as it is, so stored in the chemical form and then converted back to power, or used as it is in mobility, for instance, or it can be the pivot to open up new route for the energy chain. I'm saying combined with other molecules, it could be a good platform for the synthesis of, for instance, methane and other chemicals.
Good. Just 1 minute.
Okay, so I just give you a flavor about the projects, the Power-to-X projects that we are carrying out, or we carried out in the past. So the first one is the Store and Go project, that is about power to gas. So it converts the PV energy. Oh, okay. The PV energy to hydrogen, okay, in an electrolyzer, and then it combines CO2 captured from air, so with direct air capture, into synthetic methane that can be injected in the transmission grid, so in a SNAM grid in Italy, since it complies with all the rules and the limits for the gas injection. And then, since time is running out, what about Chester? Chester is another European project that will finish next year. It's about a power-to-heat to power system. So power from renewables is converted through a high-temperature heat pump into heat that is stored in a PCM, so a phase change material storage. So the advantage of this material is that it has a higher energy density than water, so it occupies less volume. And then, when it's needed, this thermal energy can be converted back to power through an organic Rankine cycle that is used to feed the electric grid or the electric appliances connected to it, or via the condenser of the organic Rankine cycle. Also, it can be used to feed a low temperature thermal storage that can be connected to the low temperature user, for instance, district heating networks. So, okay, thank you for your attention, and feel free to contact me if you want more information about our projects and our activities. Thank you.
Cheers, thanks very much, Giulio. I hope that through the four of our speakers that we've really explored this idea of energy storage from lots of different viewpoints. So now I'm going to open up to some questions from the floor for any of our panelists.
Thank you for all the presentations. Okay, thank you. And my question is, are you working on or have plans about the decommissioning phase of storage systems? And if yes, can you give an approximate percentage of recyclability of these systems?
I think that the question is for me. Yes, of course. We have many projects that are undergoing commissioning in these months. By February next year, we will deploy more than 750 megawatt hour of storage all over the world, with projects in Italy, Fast Reserve, Australia, US, and Taiwan. Regarding the recyclability of batteries, actually, it is not that bad. Especially for NMC batteries. LFP batteries are a little bit more complicated because the lower value of the initial material make them less appealing from a recycling perspective. So even if the lithium prices are really going up through the roof during these months, especially for all the supply chain problem that we have today mainly for COVID-19 pandemic, I foresee that once this battery will be dismissed, there will be a great effort to recycle them because it will be convenient to recycle them.
Let me add that. Can you hear me? Can you hear me the same? So, let's try.
Okay, you can use.
Okay, thank you.
No. Okay, no.
Okay, I'm guilty, sorry. But it's not working the same. Let's test. Okay. Okay, so now I was just to add a strategical consideration. Even if the value is an important driver for regeneration, for recycling, the other driver is to secure the supply of strategic materials. So the company that will recycle for economic value, but also to have a safe supply chain.
Thanks. I think that gentleman over there.
Hi. I'm not really familiar with the characteristics of the electric vehicle batteries, but by discharging the battery we can support the grid. But this charging, deep cycling, won't it have a negative effect on the performance of the batteries, the operation time, I mean?
Yes, in principle, yes. The point is that when you do this kind of services, you have to manage the battery residual life. So you have a difference between the expected battery life and the real battery life. Because when we size the battery for an electric vehicle, we size the battery for extreme condition, so the worst and the most severe condition. Not all the drivers will drive the vehicles in the same way. Take into account that the average of the mileage in Europe is less than 50 kilometers per day. So the average. Whereas in the urban area, the 80% of the travel is under 10 kilometers. So you have a lot of residual life that you have to manage, that you can manage. And there is you need sophisticated algorithms to distinguish between the real and the expected and use this area to make the service. And another point that is that you should another thing that I would like to point out, that in a stockyard, the 500 BV in today's application stay for less than 2 weeks, and for the most part of the time we manage the charge and discharge to save the life of the battery, but the service the TSO pay for the availability of the power. The most part of the time you will not use it. It's just to be ready in case. And you will not, especially for the fast reserve, you have not to provide energy. That is what will age the battery. So the aging of the battery is due to the throughput of energy from the battery, but for power. So you need big spike of power for short time.
And in addition, if I may add, just like there have been some tests and results where it's shown that it's basically not good to have the battery at 100% or something like that. So basically, it's even, you can, with this charging and discharging, you can actually improve the battery life, because due to the, I don't know, I would say business as usual, yeah, you just plug it in and leave it until it's full. You can make more damage than, I mean, this is something that, you know, people don't even, it's not seen in how to say, in these comments on the roundtables a lot, but actually the best thing for the battery is to be around 80%, and then, you know, it's not at 99, but at 80, and if you look like that, it would be even better to have it at 80, and then before you leave, maybe charge it at 99, and that's it.
Yeah, depending from battery manufacturer, this percentage may be even lower.
Take into account that Tesla has a special function for daily use in which they limit the maximum power, the maximum energy amount, and only for long travel you will request to have the battery full.
Also, they did it like a perfect example of this is it was a Hurricane Irma or something like that in Miami, around Florida, somewhere around there. And what all the Tesla drivers, what happened, they got even, you know, the long range, so they got over-the-air update for a few days just to escape the the hurricane area. So that's one thing, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Gentleman here. I think I'm afraid we've only got time for one more, I think, so this will be the last question.
So this is a question to whoever uses PVs, and it's regarding the cells inside of them, and there are two connected questions. The first one is, do you produce the cells inside the panels? And the other is, do you use experimental cells, maybe with higher efficiencies than the other ones?
I suppose that the question is for me. No, we don't manufacture cells, and most of the car makers are not manufacturing directly the cells or the chemistry. Only Ford announced that they will work, even if most of the battery manufacturers are making creating specific company to deal with. We have we have a specific joint venture for battery for cells making and also for cells recycling, and also the BMW and Volkswagen. So as car maker, we don't have the competencies, but we are interested in.
The PV panels. With PV panels, I was just discussing this because we are just making a new proposal for a new project regarding the agrivoltaics, which is a very interesting topic. So we have a laboratory at our faculty, which is, I guess, it's one of the best in Europe, definitely by all the scientific breakthroughs. And I was just discussing with the professor, and I asked him, like, how much can the efficiency go? And he said, look, the efficiency is 26% max, and we are already at 24. let's say in the lab, something, on the market 21, let's say that's the best. He said, it's not the point in efficiency. He said, what we are doing now is we are doubling the age, so the usage. So going from 25, 30 years to 50, 60. And this is where we make the economics and not the efficiency. So that's something that you could basically, you need to look both sides, yeah? It's not just, for example, you know, the power that you get at that time, but how long will it last? That's something that where the PV, let's say, the world is going to, it's not going towards the efficiency that much. It's going more to how to make it longer and recyclability, and of course then the whole connection. It's over? Okay, sorry.
Sorry, run out of time, everyone, but I encourage you, please, to attend Tommy's keynote, and also find any of our panelists later to ask them any questions that you have left. And finally, just to join me in thanking our panelists for today's conversation on energy storage.
Thank you.
Sorry guys, we are starting now the panel, The Future of Nuclear Energy. So if you have to follow it, please stay here. Thank you.
Prova. We can start, I think. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really pleased to have you here and in this stage, in this building, wonderful building. And on behalf of Polyenergy and Yes Europe, I want to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Posso? Sì, okay. This panel is called The Future of Nuclear Energy. And in order to start, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Marco Alciati. I'm an energy engineering student at Politecnico here in Turin. And I'm a Polyenergy member. But I'm not the protagonist of today's panel, so I just want to introduce the four protagonists, four panelists, for engineers and for talents. And I will introduce them in the order in which they will talk. So let's start with Andrea Barbarino. He obtained his master's degree in energy and nuclear engineering and his PhD from Politecnico di Torino. He spent almost 10 years in France working in the nuclear industry as a safety engineer and project manager, dealing with different designs, including several EPRs and the 900 series plants. Now he's safety licensing supervisor at Nucleo. So many thanks to be here with us. Then we will have the pleasure to hear engineer Giuseppe Francesco Nallo. He was born in 1993 in Fondi, and he graduated in energy and nuclear engineering at Politecnico di Torino in 2016. Then after a short period at CEA-Saclay, he pursued a PhD thesis on the modeling of liquid metals for nuclear fusion and generation 4 fission reactors, again at Polito, where he's currently a postdoctoral research fellow. He's also active in scientific dissemination and recently became coordinator of the Turin section of Comitato Nucleare e Ragione. So we are really glad to have you here. Next, we will have the opportunity to listen to two of the most talented and brilliant professors of Politecnico di Torino. The first to take the floor will be Professor Laura Sovoldi. She is a nuclear engineer, graduated cum laude at Politecnico di Torino in 1997. In 2001, she completed her PhD in energetics, and since 2017, she's full professor in nuclear power plants, the first and only female professor in that field in Italy. Throughout her career, she specialized on advanced heat transfer problems, like refrigeration of superconducting cables and magnets for fusion, and in energy system modeling. She is a member of ASME and IEEE, and since 2019, she's coordinated the MATEP group at Politecnico di Torino. She is author or co-author of more than 200 scientific publications. So an applause and a warm welcome from all of us. In conclusion, you will be amazed by Professor Massimo Zucchetti's words. He took his master's degree in nuclear engineering in 1986 and doctorate in 1990. He's a full professor since 2000 at the Politecnico di Torino and is a research affiliate and visiting scientist at MIT. Then he has been also in 2012 and 2013 visiting professor at the UCLA, the University of California at Los Angeles. He has been advisor of the Italian Parliament for the depleted uranium question, and now is coordinator of the IEA, a cooperative program on the environmental, safety, and economic aspects of fusion power radioactive waste study. He's associate editor of 5 international journals and author of over 200 papers in peer-reviewed journals and several books. He's vice president of MESEP, the Mediterranean Scientific Association of Environmental Protection. Last but not least, he has been candidate for the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physics for his research in the field of advanced fuel fusion reactors. So, a great applause, and it's really a great honor to have you here. Before giving the word to Engineer Barbarino, I just want you to pay attention on the way in which the panel will carry on. The first 30 minutes will be a presentation and in-depth analysis of some of the main arguments about the future of nuclear energy. The focus of the discussion will be on the evolution of technologies, both in fission that in fusion reactors, and on gender gap in nuclear field. Each speaker will talk 10 minutes, except for Professor Savoldi and Professor Zucchetti that decided to divide their time to let you ask some more questions at the end. The last 10-15 minutes remaining will be fully dedicated to our questions, to your questions, that I hope to be copious and sharp. Now I stop myself and I give the word to engineer Andrea Barbarino that will focus our attention on so-called small modular reactors and the job that nuclear is making in this field. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marco, and thank you for all the organizers for the invitation for being here. Good afternoon to everybody. So I will talk to you about small modular reactors. I have prepared a simple slide with my personal view of the nuclear power generation today with present day technology. On the left side, I have put a selection of the advantages, at least in my view, of this technology for electricity generation. So it is very mature technology. We know how to handle a nuclear power plant. It's low carbon. It gives you a certain independence, certain energy independence, delivers competitive electricity prices, and has generally a positive impact on economy and employment of a country. But notwithstanding all these advantages, we cannot see a real brilliant performance of this technology. The number of reactors is stable since the 90s, basically, and the electricity production share sticks to this 10%. So what's wrong, let's say? Well, nuclear power reactor must be big in order to be profitable. We are talking about very large and complex plants. You need a high upfront capital cost, and this is very sensitive to discount rates because of long construction times. Of course, you have the high level and long living waste production. Generally, the public acceptance is quite low. There have been, and there's still the possibility of large accidents, with large consequences. We, as nuclear engineers, we work to reduce the frequency, to drastically reduce the frequency of these accidents. But with present-day technology, we cannot avoid totally them. And this has a great impact in people's perception. And last, in order to have a credible nuclear program, you need an engagement of different levels of stakeholders. You need engagement of the politics, of the population, you need to withstand the risks and the costs and the delays of a nuclear program, of the university, which must form a lot of engineers, and so on. This configuration, when everybody sees the advantages of nuclear power, are quite rare in nowadays national collectivities. So where small modular reactors can give some answers. First, small modular reactors are not a disruptive innovation. It's present-day technology improved, a step forward. We have two families of SMRs. Basically, I am simplifying for this speech a lot of things. We have water reactors, so it's really present-day technology, basically miniaturized and simplified in order to reduce the risk of the development phase. I told you we master quite well present-day technology. And then there's generation 4 fast reactors with let's say, an improved physics principle, always fission, of course, and many advantages, one of which, most important in my opinion, is an improved fuel cycle. I will say something in a minute, and I think that Giuseppe will talk about it. As the name says, we are talking of small units, less than 300 megawatt. This opens the way to new users and new applications. No more big plants for big countries, let's say, but also small countries, isolated collectivities, islands, isolated industrial districts, and even transportable reactors for propulsion. So new uses of nuclear power. All small modular reactors are characterized by a simplified design. What does it mean? It's not just a matter of compactness. We take all the components, which in nowadays design, the corner are all connected by pipings, and we put everything in a single vessel. Okay? It is also something related to safety. Indeed, we are eliminating the connection, we are eliminating, in this case, the pipes, and pipes are sources of accidents. You remove the pipe, you cannot have leaks, you cannot have breaks in your system. And there are also other measures, other countermeasures of passive types. I have no time to introduce them, which are not implementable in present reactors, but which are quite easy to foresee in a newly designed small modular reactor. Like, for instance, passive decay heat removal, just to cite an example. What is modularity? Modularity means two things. You can connect many units to assemble a plant of whichever size you want, sharing some auxiliaries, and also you can manufacture a unit in a, let's say, gigafactory, where the manufacturer can control the process, have high-quality manufacturing standards, and then deliver it to the site, reducing the on-site construction time, and so hoping to obtain the economies of scale, which are not possible today, basically. And there's a novelty also. Since these projects are smaller and simpler, some private companies are trying to develop their own concept. With a new paradigm, which has to be demonstrated in practice, of course, but private companies pursue sustainable financial performance. And in principle, this should drive for stronger efficiency and efficacy. It should, in the end, deliver cheaper systems and simple to handle. There are about, at the moment, 30 companies like this. One of the three which are significantly founded is Nucleo, the company for which I work for. And I will spend the last 2 minutes of my intervention describing what we do and who we are. Nucleo wants to develop SMRs of a precise type, lead-cooled fast reactor, lead-cooled fast reactor of generation 4 type. We were born in 2021, last year. We are raising 400 million euros, which are needed to sustain the development of our reactors, which will last several years. It is quite normal in the nuclear timescales. We have a very brilliant board of directors and a group of experts, senior experts, in-house, with different expertise fields, from fast reactors to mechanics to project management. And this reality is completed by the diverse expertise, so a group of young engineers, of which I am part, which provide a very stimulating working environment. We have headquarters in London, but the technological heart is here in Turin, with the research center, and then in Brasimone, near Bologna, for what concerns the experimental setup, and a subsidiary in France. We have a strong partnership agreement with Enea, which has a long expertise on lead technology, and also agreements with the main polytechnic schools of Italy, Torino, of course, and then Milano, and other agreements to come are coming. Our project, as I told you, is a small modular reactor. We use liquid lead as a coolant. It has got very good neutronic and thermal hydraulic characteristics, and a very high boiling point, again, to enhance safety. One of the problems of present-day reactors is that water is the coolant and boils at high temperatures and low pressures. Lead is not this kind of problem. We can work at atmospheric pressure. And we use fast technology, fast fission. The idea I am simplifying, fast reactors are more efficient in using the natural resource. And basically, they can burn, they can consume what present-day reactors consider waste. They can burn a reprocessed fuel, avoiding the need to mine fresh uranium for many years to come. Almost there. This is step one, our vision. Step two will be to explore new fuel cycles, like thorium, which is a uranium substitute which does not produce plutonium and minor actinides. And on the longer term, to develop the accelerator-driven system concept. Basically a nuclear reactor which is attached to a big switch on-off. And when you put it on off, it's really off, very stable from a safety point of view. Again, another bunch of accidents removed by physics. And then, last, and I conclude, we have a very stepwise approach. First milestone is a precursor, is just an electrical facility in order to demonstrate our concept, to validate our codes, to check material compatibility, and will be built in Italy, in Brasimone. There's no nuclear fuel. Then we will go abroad, in France and United Kingdom, to build first a small, really nuclear reactor, then a bigger, small nuclear reactor, the 200 megawatt, and then in the end, the ADS. So we plan to go fast, but with no precipitation. Thank you, that's all for me for the moment.
So, thank you. Thank you very much, Andrea, and for your Latin speech. I highlight that you will have the opportunity to ask him whatever you want at the end and expect some questions. Now I'm glad to introduce Giuseppe that will keep the focus on the fourth generation of reactors, adding some important information to our knowledge.
Thank you very much, and thanks again for the invitation and the opportunity to talk here. So I want to give a short talk about Generation 4 fission reactors. As I was presented as a postdoctoral researcher at Politecnico, I am also within the so-called Comitato Nucleare Ragione, which is an association to spread correct information concerning energy in general and nuclear energy in particular. So just to, I wanted to say that what we aim at is to spread objective and scientifically correct information concerning energy sustainability and specifically nuclear energy. There are about 150 members in Italy, and what we do, there is a website. I invite you to check it out. We are also active on social media, and we also organize events in person when possible, like today. We participate when invited, and we also have some moments called Stand Up for Nuclear once per year. We go, let's say, towards the public, trying to discuss and to understand which are the perceived problems about nuclear energy from the public itself. Okay, recently we also promoted a survey in Italy to understand how nuclear energy is felt by the public. And we understood many things thanks to this survey. We also knew that there are many people that are not against nuclear energy. So perhaps the feeling is changing here in Italy due to a number of reasons that that you can imagine. The historical moment is pushing perhaps towards reconsidering nuclear energy. So let's move to the technical part, even though I have really short speech, so I will not go deep into the detail. We talk about generations of nuclear power plants. The nuclear plants that are operating today are of generation 2, so commercial power reactors. It is recent news that first generation 3 and 3 plus reactors are being connected to the grid. For example, the Olkiluoto one in Olkiluoto 3, I think, in Finland was recently activated. And those are of generation 3 and 3 plus. Generation 3 and 3 plus are advanced and evolutionary design aiming at improved safety. So they aim at targeting improving public acceptance by dramatically improving the safety feature of reactors. Generation 3 and Generation 3 plus reactors are usually large plants. And so the first of a kind, which were in France and in Olkiluoto, they experienced also delays due to the complexity of the design. And then we have Generation 4 reactor, which we hope will be the nuclear fission energy of the future. Generation 4 reactors target all the, let's say, the issues that were left by previous generation reactors. Improved sustainability, first of all. Sustainability has two, let's say, is a twofold thing. You have to consider the utilization of the fuel. It means that if I mine 100 kilograms of uranium, I would like to use them all or almost all to generate electricity. Instead, in current reactors, the efficiency of fuel utilization is very low. So if you improve the fuel utilization, you extend the natural uranium resources. And another important sustainability aspect is about the minimization of long-term waste. And those are the essential features of Generation 4. Moreover, they aim at improved economics and improved safety. You could ask, but how can we further improve safety with respect to Generation 3 and 3 plus reactors? The key is to aim at passive safety. And so this is the point. And you see in the slide 6 candidate designs for Generation 4 reactors. Of these 6 designs, 4 are fast reactors. Reactors characterized by a fast neutron spectrum. I will focus on that because I have no time and because my expertise is on fast reactors. Okay. And the idea behind fast reactors is that by having a fast neutron spectrum, you can burn minor actinides, which are the main responsible for the long-term radiotoxicity of nuclear waste. So if you are able to burn minor actinides, you not only recover a fraction of energy, a larger fraction of energy, but you can also reduce the time it is needed for the radioactive waste to, let's say, to lose its radiotoxicity. Then we have the FS spectrum also allows to breed fuel so that you can improve the fuel utilization efficiency. The negative aspects are that to have a fast spectrum, you have to reduce or as much as possible avoid moderation. And if you avoid moderation, you need a large fissile inventory. And then, of course, fast neutrons are harmful for the structures. I just want to say a couple of things on 2 possible, two of the 6 candidate reactors, which are liquid metal cooled reactors. Sodium cooled fast reactors are characterized by a larger thermal efficiency. As Andrea said, you do not need to operate under pressure, and this is in a further safety aspect. And sodium is compatible with most structural components, and it also has a high heat transfer capability. The negative aspects of sodium, the reason why we do not have sodium fast reactors everywhere, is because of its high reactivity with air and water, so you need a leak-tight system, a leak-tight reactor, which is not an easy thing to achieve, as the French experience in the Super Phoenix reactor taught us. Okay, and then you have an opaque coolant, so the inspection of the internal structure is more difficult. You can solve the problem of the compatibility with air and water using heavy liquid metals such as lead, which are inert. The problem is that, for example, lead is corrosive for the structures. So the main topics being addressed in R&D are really linked now to the coolant structure interactions and to the corrosion of the internal structure by lead. Okay, lead is very, very heavy. It tends to bring together with its flow the internal structures of the reactor. In conclusion, I just wanted to tell you that fast reactors are not a present-day technology. They must be developed for the next years. But there is no zero experience. Indeed, in the past, there were fast reactors operated. There was the EBR-2 experience in the US, and also the Phoenix and Super Phoenix reactors in France, cooled by liquid sodium. Currently, there are 2 operating fast reactors in Russia, in Beloyarsk, and there are 3 planned reactors. One is very short-term, again is in Russia, the Brest project, and then there are projects in India and China. In conclusion, many projects are planned, and maybe a surprising thing can be that Italy is involved in some of those projects, not only in private companies such as Nucleo, but also through Enea, which is the National Research Institution. Indeed, Enea is involved in the ALFRED project, which is the European lead-cooled fast reactor demonstrator. Okay, so with this I conclude. I thank you for your attention. And
thanks, Engineer Nallo. And now I give the word to Professor Savoldi that will explain to us the difference between mitigation and adaptation and show the still existing gender gap in nuclear engineering. After her speech, Professor Zucchetti will conclude the first part of our panel, talking about fusion, especially deuterium plus helium-3 reaction.
So thanks a lot. I will try to shift a little bit the focus aside the technical issues. So why are we talking about the future of nuclear energy? To me, it is because that technology or ensemble of technologies could be beneficial in fighting climate change and be adopted in mitigation strategies worldwide. Okay? But if you try and search for public available research papers in that field and skipping technical papers, but just looking at energy papers, searching, for instance, keywords like energy system, energy supply, energy transition, together with nuclear power, nuclear plants, nuclear energy, you will find that the role of nuclear power in the mitigation strategies and in policy integration strategies is controversial at least. Why is that? It is pretended to be helpful in mitigating emissions, CO2 emissions, for instance, but the evidence coming from several developed countries is that actually the presence of nuclear power is decoupled from reduction of emission. For instance, Japan, UK, Germany, from the beginning of this century, had a reduction in emissions and a reduction in nuclear power. So the two things are not related. How that can be? That is maybe easy to understand because in energy systems you have a supply side and a demand side, and the two match it, okay? So you can have a decarbonization of the energy system, either decarbonizing the supply side or decarbonizing the demand side, okay? And that is according to the different national strategies. For instance, we have countries like the US or China that are focusing on reduction of emission in the power sector, and countries like UK, Japan, Germany that are focusing on reduction of emission in the demand sectors, so transportation, buildings, and so on. And that is proven by fact to be much more effective than trying to reduce or shift in the power sector towards less CO2 emittent energy mix, including the boosting of energy of nuclear power. And then the use of and the access to nuclear power depends also on national circumstances. For instance, the presence of resources like fossil or renewables, but also from the capability of national governments to put on the table to cover the investment cost for, or the capital cost for power investment. And that basically rules out from nuclear power large fraction of the developing countries. So summarizing the role, the contribution of nuclear power to decarbonization, to mitigation, or mitigative actions is at least doubtful. And I don't want to mention the story of the radioactive wastes. Just don't want to enter that point. But also, there is another thing that is important. The pillars of the Paris Agreement are two. One is mitigation, and we talked about that for a few minutes. The other one is adaptation beside mitigation. Mitigation is, all the efforts that are done to reduce the greenhouse gases emissions, and from the other side, to boost, to enhance the sinks of CO2, for instance, carbon capture or afforestation, okay? While adaptation is accounts for all the transformations, social, ecologic, energy, and economy system transformation that are needed to sort of comply with the possible damages due to climate change, and to also maybe deploy the opportunities that come from climate change. Okay? And in that sense, adaptation is moving down and is strictly related to countries and even to communities. So for instance, adaptation in the power sector is moving from centralized power to decentralization of electricity production and smart grids and prosumer involvement. While nuclear power goes in the opposite direction, centralized production. I cannot think of a single application of nuclear power that goes in the direction of adaptation. Maybe small modular reactors, but they are still to be proven, okay? And that is, to me, a reason that is preventing nuclear power from penetration. So the only consideration of that form of the technology for mitigation. And it's a total absence from adaptation also explained to me somehow why it is still a male affair. Okay, and research and development is totally or almost totally on the shoulders of men and not women. Because, I try to clarify this point, You know that in the mechanical engineering field that is, there is still a large gender gap, okay? And this is now clearly due to the fact that the provision actions that are very within the attitude of the male gender are dominant in the mechanical engineer with respect to care actions that are within the female gender, okay? And to me, mitigation has to deal with provision, and adaptation has more to deal with care. And so mitigation is more related to male attitude, and adaptation has more to deal with female attitude. So if we don't shift the paradigm of nuclear power from mere mitigation to adaptation, we will not cover the gender gap. And the switch in the paradigm will at the same time bring larger penetration of nuclear power and fill the gender gap. Maybe fission is not doing that. Maybe fusion could help in shifting the paradigm to adaptation. Maybe Professor Zucchetti can help understanding that.
Yes, thank you, Laura. You raised two interesting points, and so I would also try to talk a little less on technicalities and a little bit more about where are we going and which direction should we heat. So we have seen many things that Laura and the previous panelists told us, that there is a strange situation by which it is almost clear that nuclear energy is one of the options for energy not producing greenhouse gases. And on the other hand, since it is not renewable, of course it is not renewable, then it is not seen as a new stream energy, but as an old stream. And if I would like to summarize this with just one concept, is that nuclear power now, as also the first panelist said, is too big. We are building, the size of nuclear reactors has grown up, and of course, because small is beautiful is not the paradigm for nuclear energy in the past, has not been. In fact, we found out that from the mere economical viewpoint, we have been building those great big generation 2 reactors of 1.6 gigawatts each, electrical gigawatts. So it is almost double the size of our biggest ever nuclear reactor, that was the Caorso reactor in Italy. So they are those great big reactors. Also, for example, in Ukraine, you have seen that they have been battling a lot around 1 month ago for a group of nuclear reactors, and we were afraid that they were bombing those reactors or giving fire to those reactors, and there was a lot of alarm. And I understood quite well why they were fighting so hard for that complex that was in the South Ukraine, because there are 4 nuclear reactors, and just those reactors are capable of giving, were capable of giving before the war, 17% of the electricity to whole Ukraine. So having or not having those reactors was a big issue, and so why they were fighting so hard for that. So what is the message? Is that we build, or we have been building, and we keep building, for example, generation 3 reactors elsewhere in China. The history of generation 3 reactors in China has been a little luckier than in Europe and also in other countries. But they are big reactors that are related to big companies And so they are felt like something not pertaining with new kind of energies. So what my friend from Nucleo told us, that small is beautiful for fission reactors, could make us think that is not a good idea because the cost maybe would not go after the size anymore, and we would like to make smaller reactors just because they are more tolerable to be sited. Let's talk clear. A small reactor maybe is more acceptable than a great big one. So that is the message. And the exact counter trend is going on with fusion. You know, I've graduated, as I told, I feel very, very old because I graduated just 1 month after the Chernobyl accident. So there were 2 big accidents that year in the nuclear history. In April, Chernobyl, and in May, Massimino, that got his degree. And so I, of course, started talking and making my research on fusion. And in '87, our next project, that was the ITER project, was due to be online in 2000. And the more the time has passed, the more ITER, that now luckily is in construction, is the fusion reactor that all the world has decided together in order to build it, because it's too expensive, too big. And so America, Russia, Europe, Japan, China, everybody is working on ITER. Just one, it's not a demonstration reactor, it's an experimental machine that will not produce electricity. So that is a bit a drawback, if you think, because fusion is, in this moment, maybe thinking to substitute fission energy in the far future, but a fission energy that will not exist anymore. Because I believe that if fission energy has to survive, it has to survive going away from the great big projects and great big plants. So what could be a shift in our perception? A shift in our perception could be trying also for fusion to go to the small is beautiful. In the United States, where I've been working, they are trying to develop another concept. I have no time for talking about this to you, but it deals with smaller reactors with a technology that in 20, 25 years can begin to give electricity to the grids. And it is due to an innovation that is very, unpredictable. That was that the magnets, the magnetic field magnets, now they can work not at 4K like before, but at 80K, let's say. So those superconductive materials have been a step forward that we are talking about ITER, working on ITER, we couldn't know. So maybe now ITER, that also in Italian, in Latin means the way. Maybe we are following a way that is not anymore up to date. And there are other projects that could bring a fusion on the same level and on the same behavior and mental habit that new fission projects are working on. Small reactors and physics first. Let's leave this to some other questions from the audience. Thank you.
So, from the staff, they told me that the time is over, is already over, so we haven't time for questions. I'm really sad about it, but I leave them the time to expand their time, expand their discussion, and so I think that they highlight in the best way possible the main points of their discussion. So I really ask you to make them an applause, a really warm applause for their to be here also. And I just want to thank you also for following this panel and to be here at this event, and have a good day and a good time here at Annual Conference.
Grazie.
Now, the interactive conference, Innovative Thinking to Enhance the Energy Transition, will start here. So if you have to follow it, please stay there. Thank you.
Okay, can you all hear me? Make a sign. Oh yeah, I can hear myself. Perfect. So good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for those that are still here today with us. I know that you might be a bit tired. So this panel is about innovative thinking to enhance the energy transition. I think it's quite nice also to see a panel composed of entirely women. So I think it's super nice to promote women visibility as well in these events. And my name is Livia Kalosaka. I'm the Vice President of Yes Europe, so as you know, one of the organizers of the conference. And today we have a nice panel made of 3 different speakers. So we have Anne, who is the co-founder of SteamShift, and as well she writes for a magazine called Waste is a Failure of Design. Then we have Pierre, that she has a very diverse background, so you will hear more about her story, but basically she's a chemical engineer, as well she's done an MBA, and she's currently the innovation manager at CDI Labs, which you may have seen on the stands outside. And then lastly but not least, we have Diana, and she has a PhD in history and international relations and political science from the University in Rome La Sapienza. Now she's currently working at the Politecnico di Milano in the Department of Energy. So yeah, please welcome our speakers. So perfect. So I'd like to start with the first of our panelists, so Anne, and I would like to ask you if you can share a bit more about your experience at SteamShift.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Everyone is still alive? Yay! So what I'm going to share with you guys, I'm Anne, based in France. I co-founded this business unit inside of Steam Group. It's called SteamShift, and what we have been doing in the past few years is that we work with innovation and R&D department of big industry and companies in Europe in order to reduce the environmental impact. And what we have observed during the years is that normally when it comes to tackling the environmental shift, there would be 3 phases that companies would have to go through. So the first one is integration. What does it mean, integration? You could imagine that it's all about raising awareness, doing a lot of CSR activities, changing plastic cups to paper cups. This is very important aspect that should be treated inside of a big companies, but we all know that it's not enough. And in the next phases, we have optimization and reinvention. What does it mean? Optimization means that we're trying to reduce the environmental impact of the existing system. So nothing will change. The product stays the same, the service stays the same, the manufacturing process stays the same, but we're trying to reduce the impact of each of these variables. And the last phase is the reinvention, which means that we will try to reimagine, rethink a completely new product, service, and manufacturing service that would allow us to reach a significant result. I would have an example. Here's a real case of Safran helicopter engine. This is the case that we worked back in 2014. As you can see here, there's this curve, this red curve, which is their optimization effort during the years. And as you can see, they reach this plateau in which all of the optimization effort will just leave them with, like very little result, 5 to 6%. And the objective, however, which is applied, say, imposed by the regulations, is there. The objective is way below than, and so what means here is that you cannot just keep on going to do the optimization effort based on existing product, service, manufacturing, business model, whatever it is, in order to reach the new height of performance required by the law. And what we suggested to them was that we have to change that. We have to, the helicopter cannot be exactly the same anymore. There are parts of a helicopter that should be omitted. It still fly safely. But I mean, yeah. And at the end of the mission, we arrived at a 50% of reduction of fuel, which is in comparison to 5%, which is very significant. And so what I'm trying to say here is this curve, this plateau that you see here, is what we call the invisible wall of optimization. Why is that? Because all system will attain a physical limits at some point, all of your effort trying to optimize 1 or 2% will become very costly, and the result will not be significant. This is something all engineers can say, can approve. What happened next is, this is the process, I would say industrial process of pretty much all companies in the world, which is very linear, as you can see. This is the model that we were inventing back in 19th century, which is like 200 years ago, which is focused mainly on productivity and efficiency. What companies are trying to do at the moment is trying to change 1 or 2 points of this machine. This is also a system, and any system, again, has its limitation. We cannot, for example, if we take H&M, Zara, Mango, etc., and they can change, you know, the energy mix, they can change the way they do waste management, they can change the material, they can be recycled materials, etc. But as long as they stay on this system, again, the curve will appear, because as long as their business is very unit sales, very linear base, it's not going to reach, you know, like a new height of performance in terms of environmental performance, of course. And this is interesting because today we're talking about energy transition, right? But I would like to make a link between the industrial machine that you see before. As long as that linear industrial machine is still the dominant design of our world today and tomorrow, this is the projected energy mix of 2014, which is, as you can see, we do not phase out fossil fuels at all. We just have a lot of more renewable energy and at the same time a lot more fossil fuel. This is not a transition, this is just a stacking of energy. So there's something that is more profound than just, you know, talking about energy or talking about, we have to take a look at the whole industrial machine that is its place. So I would like to close the talk with something that we are like, this is what Steamship lives by, to be honest, and it's from an architect. We can never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Thank you.
So thank you very much for introducing this very important topic that is basically, you know, bringing innovation to really basically move towards a new sustainable system. And I think now the next speaker, Pierre, I think she's very well positioned because basically her background is in chemical engineer, but she's done an MBA. So she has, you know, the business and also the, you know, let's say the more tech side. And she's gonna basically talk a little bit about how you can really nurture this innovation aspect into corporates. Thank you.
Okay, nice to meet you all. Actually, first of all, I would like to give you a bit of context about myself. As Diana was saying, it's a bit difficult to understand how sometimes management and technical parts should live together. I come from a business school, actually, called Collège des Ingénieurs, and I did my MBA there, and now I'm working for a business unit of this business school that is called CDI Labs. It's an innovation advisory boutique in the sense that we work as consultant for corporates that want to approach innovation in their process and in their operative life of every day. What we noticed during these last years is that at the beginning, innovation was much more related to research and development, so just for new technologies to scout. Instead, now there is a quite shift since they notice, the corporates notice that it's important also to understand how to apply that new technology to a big demand that is the energy transition. So of course all of you knows what is energy transition, and it's not that easy to understand why innovation should be one of the solutions for the energy transition. Energy transition in general is not that easy because we are so used to think about our world as a carbon-based world, and now we have to pass to a carbon zero world. So innovation can be an answer to this problem, since energy transition is a systemic problem, needs a systemic solution. And moreover, it's a multidimensional problem. Actually, innovation somehow can provide different dimension and can tackle different dimension. First of all, the technology dimension that we all know and we normally relate to innovation. So how to push for new techs that can answer to the request of energy transition. Then, moreover, there are other dimensions that are more related to the business part. So new business model to respond to this big challenge. New policies, so a new framework of regulation that can help and also simplify the framework we are living in. And for sure also financial instrument that we need also to lower the risk for private company to boost new technology that they do not know how they will develop in the future. And at last, enable new infrastructure. For example, sector coupling or capacity market are all new dimensions that can somehow answer to this big problem. So how corporates should embrace innovation and use innovation for answering to the energy transition? If we think at the innovation life cycle, they can enter from different sides. Of course, innovation life cycle is not just a linear process, but it's an interactive process. So sometimes they start from the technology part to do all the path until the market. And sometimes they just have a question of market, so a demand from the market, and they need to understand, okay, and now how we can create the technology at the base of this market request. What I would like to share with you is two examples that I noticed in my experience in CDA Labs. One of these is much more related to the technology side, so a corporate that had a push based from the technology side, and another one that is on the opposite side, so from the market. The one related to the tech push is an Italian company, a gas utility that owned the major part of the gas infrastructure in Italy. And instead, the other one related to the market pool example is a multinational chemical company. So what they did, the first one noticed that, okay, we have to face the energy transition somehow, and we have to help our ecosystem to change things as they are now. We are working and we know really well natural gas, so maybe we can adapt our technologies to another kind of gas that is hydrogen. So what they did is, okay, maybe the answer is to create an accelerator and connect our knowledge, our expert about the natural gas with startups that are already working in the hydrogen technology. And after that, we can build with them something that can be helpful and can help and push hydrogen infrastructure also in Italy and Europe. The other one instead that started from the market is still in the hydrogen topic, and this company is producing fertilizer, so ammonia, and they thought, okay, ammonia, it has 3 atoms of hydrogen, so maybe we can use that hydrogen somehow in the market. But the big question was, but it exists a market for hydrogen now in Europe. We help them to understand if that market actually exists. So, In this slide, you can see some of the information about the first example I made, so regarding the gas utility company. In that case, the things that I would like to highlight, besides everything, is that it's not that easy for corporate work with startup. They have a completely different mindset, and they also have a completely different speed. So even if there is knowledge in one side and technology in the other side, it's not that easy to combine. The purpose of this accelerator in hydrogen is to work together, not as a corporate and a supplier, but work together as two identities that want to share knowledge and expertise to create something really concrete. In the second case, regarding the German multinational company that was looking for market for hydrogen, they were trying to understand if was really besides from the fact that, of course, ammonia is an energy vector for hydrogen, they will also understand which are the markets that we can address. And then we can create the technology behind that market. But which are the markets? We know that transport can be a real market for hydrogen, but how? And how we can make competitive the cost of hydrogen. So in that case, the main purpose and also the real achievement that we had was to create connection among different sectors. So not just the chemical one from the corporate that was the starting point, but also other kind of sector to understand which is the real request and how to answer to that request. In conclusion, I would like to say that we did an abuse of, in these decades, an abuse of our environment, and we need now really speed up the process. And of course, innovation can somehow create this speed, or at least enhance this process. But if I can say something that is my opinion as a European citizen, I think we need to, of course, use innovation, but also dare much more. And we can be really independent and sustainable in the energy sector in general. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Piera. And yeah, building on this, so we were seeing basically that innovation is key. For Europe, yes, you're right. I mean, we're seeing, especially with the geopolitics, that we need to be more independent. But yes, this is a very complex environment, and hence we need policies to help basically nurture the innovation. And that's today, you know, we're lucky to have Diana that has worked on this, so she's gonna share a bit more about the basically the framework on the policies level. Thank you.
Funziona? Ok, ottimo. Buonasera a tutti. I'm sorry. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for for surviving until the last session. Trying to create a linkage with what my colleagues were talking about before, and we thought that talking about technological push, market pull, it is important to have the third ingredient in order to make the energy transition realized. The third ingredient would be policy. Policy is fundamental in order to introduce innovation into the policy decision-making process. So, in order to introduce the innovation, the science, since I am representative in this very moment of academic world, in order to introduce the science to the decision-making process, we need to have a kind of field where the policymakers and scientists, innovators meet. We need some kind of arena. And this kind of field is in science diplomacy. So the science diplomacy is the use of scientific collaborations among nations to address the common problems facing 21st century humanity and to build constructive international partnerships. So scientific diplomacy can have three types on the international level. First is the science in diplomacy, which is translated in informing foreign policy objective with scientific advice. And one of the most, let's say, popular and well-known examples of science in diplomacy is Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. You can find a lot of their reports online. The second type is diplomacy for science, facilitating international science cooperation. The main example of such organization of diplomacy for science is European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN. It's a research center based in Switzerland, which actually which has been working for many decades, and even during the Cold War, the scientists from both sides, socialist camp and capitalist camp, were working together in name of science. And the third one is science for diplomacy. So that means using scientific diplomacy to improve international relations between countries and international organizations. And one of such examples is the SESAME, which is CISAMI, which is a research center based in Jordan, where, for example, such scientists, the scientists from Israel, Iran, Palestine, work together in the name of science. And that, of course, does contribute to the improvement of international relations. So now we have the field, we have the arena, where scientists, innovation meets policy-making process. And so we need an approach. And the approach may be an evidence-based policy-making. Evidence-based policy-making, as a term, got the policy currency during the Tony Blair government in the United Kingdom. So it's a kind of, let's say, very recent term. And its fundamentals were actually put in the Modernizing Government White Paper, which says that policy decisions should be based on sound evidence. And the raw ingredient of evidence is information. Good quality policy making depends on high quality information derived from a variety of sources, such as expert knowledge, existing domestic and international research, existing statistics, stakeholder consultation, evaluation of previous policies. So now the researchers from all over the world are required more and more often to be able to translate their research and into the policy briefs or policy recommendations. And I actually should be able to demonstrate the relevance of their research for the policy-making process. So in this context, evidence-based policy-making is a kind of tool for connecting academia, science, innovation, and government. So now that we have the field where the scientists and decision makers can meet, now that we have the approach which is evidence-based policy making with all its tools like policy briefs, consultations and stuff like that, we need people who do that. How do we prepare the people that are able to translate their research, their scientific research, in our case, which is the case of Politecnico di Milano? How do we prepare them to be able to give this scientific advice, to be able to give it in a comprehensive manner, in a language that can be understood and appreciated by the policymakers? So the answer is very simple, nothing new, but still many companies and universities are struggling to somehow implement it and adopt it. Of course, the answer is not that that it's not that easy, and in 5 minutes it's very hard to articulate everything. But we see it as a multidisciplinary approach to global challenges. So complex problems require complex solutions, and in this respect, multidisciplinarity is the key. We are trying to foster social and political sciences preparation within the STEM disciplines, and it's very important. We are still struggling with it, but we are very positive. And it's important to understand international political, social, and economical processes in order to participate in the policy making process through applying EBPM tools. As far as my field of research is concerned, which is geopolitics of energy, it is one example of multidisciplinary approach for engineering education. We are trying to explore intersections of energy, technology, security, energy security, and international relations. So I don't think I have much time left, but I was asked to give an example of a project where we are trying to actually apply these approaches. Now we have prepared and submitted the project. It's an Erasmus Plus project, and we are waiting for evaluation. So fingers crossed. It's called Ambition Project. Ambition stands for Ambassadors for Sustainable Innovation. It's a project launched, first of all, it was promoted by Politecnico di Milano in partnership with other 5 universities, polytechnical universities in Europe, which also includes 3 partner universities from Africa. And the focus of this project are PhD students, both from Europe and Africa, and the aim is to prepare the ambassadors of sustainable innovation, able to promote, to be ambassadors of innovation and also sustainable transition, not only between different countries as ambassadors do, but also between different within their communities, within their peers, within their universities. And we also include in all these series of preparation activities, we include the skills that they might need in order to participate in the policy making processes, such as preparation of the briefs and also participation in the consultancy groups for the policy decision making process. So that's one example. Thank you very much.
So thank you for all the panelists, and now it's time for the public. If you have any questions, please just raise your hand and we will come and get your question. I think it's a very good opportunity because we have basically people that have experience with companies, startups, but also academia, so you can really, ask any questions about, any of these 3, basically ecosystems. Yeah.
So thank you for your speeches. And my question is, how much weight does the policies of a country, how much are they important if the market is really hungry for innovation, if the market is really hungry for, can I give you an example, like renewable energies? The market is really ready to embrace them, but sometimes our governments don't let the projects start because the regulations and so on. Do we see these kind of problems in all of the markets, or energy is a particular one? You're energy experts, so I don't know. But in energy, is the regulations of countries so tough of a problem, or is this something we can work around?
I think you want to answer? Yeah, go for it.
I can try. Even if I'm not the policy expert or regulation expert. But what I notice is that sometimes it's really hard to overcome this kind of problem from governments. For example, I don't know in the renewables, but if I give an example about hydrogen, the hydrogen regulation are the ones that come from natural gas. But for example, for refueling station, there are no regulation at all. And the only one that have been created are really weird to respect. Because, you know, hydrogen is a little bit more complicated than natural gas to manage. And of course, for pressure and also because it's not an easy gas. But of course you cannot ask to people that want to create refueling station to create that refueling station outside cities, for example. And that's a big problem. And innovation somehow can help to overcome these kind of problems, but sometimes it's not enough. So you have to push from both sides and understand which can be the better way to overcome this kind of problem. I don't know in the other markets, but I think it's the same. But energy market for sure is one of the more affected by this kind of problem.
Perfect. Is there any other questions from the public? No, don't be shy. It's the last chance. No, otherwise I also have a questions for our panelists. So here it's, you know, you can see basically the public is very young. So I was wondering, you know, from a point of view of youth, where do you think that youth can be more active? Like, where do you see that basically youth involvement would be more beneficial? For instance, do you think that youth should be more influential in the big corporates, into the academia side, you know, where, you know, maybe it's a question that, you know, can really roll on to all of you. Yeah, if you have any idea.
Yeah, I can start by saying, I mean, this population that is right here, right now, I think we're all convinced by the fact that we have to act towards a more sustainable future. But at the same time, the message is not that shared, even between youth. The other day I read this article saying that actually Generation Z, they were born in this fast fashion, fast food, social media thing, and they're at this is a very paradoxical, because at the same time they know that they're born into the climate change impacts and everything, but at the same time they're already get used to a lot of you know, the world we live to them. And I think if there is one thing that could possibly be useful for them is, you know, like at universities or at schools, we taught them not, you know, like the facts, but the way to check facts, like the way to see things, because, you know, system thinking is not something any human is born with. It's something you have to acquire. It's not and it's not yet very present at school. So we don't need to give them, you know, this is right, this is not right, but at the same time, give them the ability to judge themselves, and then let them decide if they would like to, you know.
Absolutely. Does any of you want to add something to this?
Well, very briefly, I think that youth is fundamental in any sphere of life, also because, you know, time flies, and today you are youth, tomorrow not anymore. So I think that the participation is very important. There is also such, let's say, such phenomena that also in the when we were talking about the division of the garbage at home, the most effective measure was at the end introducing these topics and convincing the kids at school to do that, because then they went home and they taught their parents how to do that. So that's one of the examples that like young people, even very, very small young people, can really have a change, maybe not on the global scale, but at the local level, family level, but that's where it all begins. So, and then of course, we see now the momentum. Well, now, you know, we are kind of distracted in different things, but a few years ago, we saw a momentum of youth participation and youth driving as a driving force in climate change, in energy transition, and maybe we would not have spoken today about the energy transition in these terms. We would not feel it as an urgency, existential need, if the youth were not that worried about it, were not that into that question, you know, in different ways.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So basically, if we can say something about this, is basically never too early to be engaged. And then, yes, as Anne was saying, it's a very, I mean, not that just all of you basically acknowledge this is a very complex field, so we really require this multidisciplinary approach. And I think that, yeah, critical thinking should come, and I think that's also why it's important to, you know, even with, as Yes Europe, we really want to increase our diversity in terms of background, so why not, you know, next year to try and have, you know, more people from the arts and, you know, humanities also domains coming into such type of conference. With this, I'd like to thank all the panelists here, and as well all of you for listening to this session today. And yeah, I wish you all a nice evening, and hopefully see you tomorrow if any of you is joining again. Thank you so much.
Nothing, say nothing. Now I'm crying when I see